Dobry wieczór Państwu. Ukraina TV kłania się w ten piękny, czwartkowy wieczór. Ja się nazywam Roman Dziadkiewicz i chciałbym zapowiedzieć dzisiejszy efir, ale szczególnie chciałbym Państwa zaprosić serdecznie na kolejne zajebiście ciekawe i hybrydowe i wielowymiarowe eventy, które planujemy w ramach Krakersa Art Weeku, ale nie tylko. I tak oto zaczynamy od końca. Nie, zaczynamy od początku jednak, z tego co widzę za sobą. To jest tytuł, bo chyba nikt nie miał pomysłu na tytuł, więc tytuł jest taki. 14 w niedzielę zapraszamy na wielkie otwarcie w klimacie posh, w klimacie pełnym elegancji, stroje wieczorowe wskazane. Wykład, proszę Państwa, wspaniałej osoby zaproszonej ze wspaniałego miasta Warszawa. Jan Sowa przyjedzie do nas. Ekspert w sprawach tego wszystkiego, co wiąże się z uwikłaniem Polski, Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej w tradycje kapitalistyczne, które, na marginesie dodam, narodziły się we Włoszech. A dzisiejszy efir, o czym dowiecie się Państwo niedługo, jest przede wszystkim efirem włoskim, ale nie tylko. Jest też efirem południowym, bo mamy czasami takie refleksje, że brakuje w naszych podróżach mentalnych i tych teoretycznych, ale też tych praktycznych konfrontacji północy z południem. I wydaje mi się, że chcemy sobie troszeczkę też ten temat przypomnieć. Jan Sowa jest kulturoznawcą, filozofem, politologiem, wykładowcą aktualnie w Akademii Sztuk Pięknych w Warszawie. Królewskiej Akademii Sztuk Pięknych. Podobno ta uczelnia niedługo będzie zmieniać nazwę, co jest chyba największą beką tygodnia, o ile to nie jest w ogóle prima aprilisowy żart. Jan Sowa jest jednocześnie autorem bardzo ważnej książki Fantomowe ciało króla. I te wszystkie wątki, które tutaj są rozpracowane historycznie, pozwalają Janowi zajmować się Europą Środkową i relacjami wschód-zachód w niesamowicie erudycyjny sposób i w wykładzie, który będzie otwierał naszą serię działań w ramach tegorocznego Krakersa, będziemy się zajmować właśnie przede wszystkim wschodem, szeroko rozumianym wschodem, jako pewną koncepcją, ale też pewnym faktem geopolitycznym, który ma ogromną siłę oddziaływania tutaj regionalnie, ale też oczywiście globalnie. Pierwszą wersję tego wykładu Jan wygłosił kilka lat temu w ramach Biennale w Kijowie. Wersja zupdate'owana i odnosząca się bezpośrednio do aktualnych zagadnień politycznych, ekonomicznych, geopolitycznych będzie tym, co Jan przywiezie do nas. Wieczór zakończy się wspaniałym i wyrafinowanym koncertem multi-instrumentalisty Mykola Lebeda, który będzie jednocześnie towarzyszył mikrowystawie starannie wyselekcjonowanych prac, które otwierają nasz projekt w ramach Krakersa. Projekt w procesie, bo tego dnia zaczynamy, w kolejne dni przygotowujemy działania hybrydowe, które będą miały swoje ujawnienia 18 w czwartek o godzinie 18. Wszystko w ogóle się zaczyna o godzinie 18 u nas przez te kolejne dni. I w niedzielę 14 o 18 i w czwartek o 18. To będzie trochę taki gościnny występ grupy studenckiej, albo może inaczej powiem. To będzie taki trochę przyczynek do tego, żeby powiedzieć teraz i w ogóle, żeby zwracać uwagę czasami na pewne fakty, i relacje takie organizacyjne w ramach studia UKRAiNATV. Mamy coś takiego jak Stream Art Studio, które jest gniazdkiem, kolebką i safe space dla kolektywu robiącego UKRAiNATV, dla tego projektu samego w sobie, który jest takim, wydaje mi się, jakby to powiedzieć ładnie, jest takim tiramisu dla ludzkich serc, które pracują ciężko nad różnymi zagadnieniami i technologicznymi, społecznymi, politycznymi, estetycznymi, filozoficznymi rozkminami, które się tutaj odbywają. Ale samo Stream Art Studio można sobie wyobrazić, że może robić też różne rzeczy i robi, i będzie robić. Można sobie wyobrazić, że oprócz UKRAiNATV Stream Art Studio produkuje też zupełnie niezależne przedsięwzięcia. I należy też wiedzieć, że Stream Art Studio samo w sobie jest częścią Wydziału Intermediów ASP i odbywa się tutaj też dydaktyka, odbywają się tutaj też działania warsztatowe i działania polegające na badawczej aktywności studia samego w sobie. Mało tego, to studio niedługo zamieni się, proszę Państwa, w pierwszą na świecie pracownię praktyk strumieniowych. Czyli, tłumacząc to wprost na angielski, Stream Art Studio as a studio at the intermedia faculty as a class with a regular didactic program. I w związku właśnie z tą działalnością dydaktyczną studia i w związku z tym, że odbywają się tutaj zajęcia, na które ja czasami mam mało czasu, ale staram się jak najlepiej wywiązywać też z tych zobowiązań. Mało tego, te zobowiązania wydaje mi się, że są bardzo ważne i bardzo ciekawe i bardzo progresywne też w obszarze takiego właśnie połączenia między zadawaniem sobie pytań o to, jak uczyć sztuki mediów i jak pracować w takiej hybrydowej kondycji też w wymiarze dydaktycznym. Wiążą się też z konkretami. I takim konkretem jest właśnie to wydarzenie 18. Grupa studentów i studentek z drugiego roku licencjatu przygotowała, pracując tutaj przez cały rok, swoją autonomiczną propozycję zagospodarowania tej hybrydowej przestrzeni przy pomocy takiego post-pokazu, post-fashion, post-design, post też apokaliptik w swoim wyrazie ze wspaniałymi osobami gościnnymi, które będą tutaj z nami w studiu. Jest to projekt podsumowujący cały rok wspólnej pracy, ale jest to też projekt, który możliwe, że otwiera i uruchamia i inspiruje różne kolejne wątki. 19 o godzinie 18 właściwie formalnie albo symbolicznie kończymy trzeci sezon UKRAiNATV i robimy też taki closing party dla całego Krakersa. Zapraszamy wszystkich i wszystkie osoby tutaj do nas. Będzie intensywnie. To nie będzie taka właściwie całonocna impreza polegająca na odmurzeniu się. Będzie raczej to wydarzenie z elementami dosyć intensywnych, performerskich i performatywnych ujawnień. Muzyki też sporo będzie. Będą rzeczy, które będzie można zobaczyć tutaj w studiu, ale też oczywiście tutaj, gdzie teraz ja do Was mówię, czyli na tych wszystkich streamowych platformach. Ale to nie wszystko, bo jeszcze jest bonus track, something special, co przyszło do nas z Australii in a way, ale nie może bezpośrednio. There is a Chicks on Speed collaboration with. Zamiast do Włoch jedziemy tu Valencia. Jedziemy 20. Tuż po finisażu zrealizować eksperyment miesiąca, tygodnia, albo przynajmniej tego dnia. albo na pewno tego festiwalu, w ramach którego będziemy to organizować. Nie pamiętam nazwy tego festiwalu, będziemy o tym oczywiście przypominać, ale to jest też za mną napisane. Będzie zaraz, jak przeleci kolejny raz ten cały lupik. Solanar. So nice. Wsi, ale pamiętam, że pamiętam skrót nazwy instytucji. In Valencia at CCCC. In one stage, UKRAiNATV and Chicks on Speed with new collaborative songs and performative activities, and in hybrid visual and audiovisual collaboration between the stage in Valencia and our studio. What will happen, nobody knows. We actually start to prepare some experimentation to build up a program and stay tuned. I think it's enough for the beginning of what will happen in the second part of this month, of this beautiful May, the fucking cold May, and hope will be more hot because we are going to Italy. And then there is the first person who comes from Italy who will make everything more warm and nice, of course. You know who's that?
I don't know. I think it's. Okay, here. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. You should I?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, of course. Thank you.
I don't know. I think it will be hard to see her in this episode, but we will, try. And what I wanted to introduce now, it's two amazing interviews we did here in studio, and one we did in February at Transmediale in Berlin with Nura Tafesh. You will see it later. And I want to thank her for her time and amazing insights of her work.
It's very important. That is the interview, but it's also introduction for the program, because Nora is our guest for 19 of May for the closing event of Crackers, and we will have Nora here in our studio. And
Yeah,
you are very welcome to visit us then.
Yeah, thank you, Nura. We will see you very soon. And following this introduction, you will see another interview with another Italian guest, and she was here last week. She's Irene Sarà, and she's an artist, a friend, and yeah, you will see, and stay tuned. And tiramisu, yeah.
And yeah, we forgot about the tiramisu of the day.
Yeah, and we will
What
also
is the tiramisu of the day?
the tiramisu of the day.
Yeah. What is the tiramisu of the day? The tiramisu itself.
Yeah, exactly. It will be really tasty. So, for who's in studio, you will have a bite of tiramisu and a bite of Italy.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Go south. Iść, ciągle iść w stronę słońca. Okay. So thanks.
And tell it through the images. It could also be a short comic book story. Lately, I've been doing some experiments with storytelling, maybe with short stories.
Hi, UKRAiNATV. We're back with a special guest from Italy today, and she's Irene. She's a friend of mine. Also, she's a student and an artist. She studies now in Bologna at the Accademia di Belle Arti di Bologna, and she studies linguaggio del fumetto. It's like comic studies, comic language studies. And today I want to ask her about her work and show and share it with you, because I think it's really, really cool. And yeah, it's also like kind of a continuation of the research we are doing. So when she said to me that she will come here, I was really, really excited to take her to studio and to have her like a guest. Let's start. The first question I wanted to ask you is about language, because what we are doing now is kind of a hybrid interview. Maybe it will be more Italian, let's say, but anyway, it's something we are dealing a lot. It's a research we brought up when we went to Berlin Transmediale, and it's a huge topic that we are trying to, ask ourselves how to represent languages and, not use just English. Because it's really easy and it's really convenient, because in a way everyone can understand, but at the same time it's really important to give the space to every language, idiom and culture to express itself. So from the language topic, I wanted to ask you about how do, you are a comic book artist, so you work a lot with words, but also with image. How does this is, embodied in your work? What's the importance of the language in your work, and how do they work together? Allora, la traduzione di questo è: come nel tuo lavoro la parola e l'immagine si fondono, come danno forza l'una all'altra e come le usi tu nei tuoi lavori, se vuoi anche fare una piccola...
So I did kind of non-conventional studying journey, in the sense that I started out studying new media art. So it's something that was not strictly related to image storytelling. Although I have always drawn since I was a child, and then during this journey I learned so many things, precisely how the image can speak, how the story unfolds. For example, within a movie, so all of the inputs that gave then space to how to imagine a story. And then I realized that through drawing, this narrative was always more immediate, in the sense that you had the tool to depict and give immediately through an image a much more immediate narrative prominence than perhaps producing a film, producing precisely a narrative through selected photographs, and therefore decided precisely to go and study comics. Also, also because it seems to me a much more even personal way of being able to create a narrative. It's in terms of weaving a tale precisely that doing it through both words and images. And many comic book artists have different ways of storytelling. There are some books that are completely silent, so they are just made precisely of narrative drawings. Others where maybe the caption, the text is very important. And what I try to do is to always create a kind of balance between the two, in the sense of not just creating precisely a wall of text within of which precisely the person spends more time reading than engaging within the story. And often the text in my stories is more functional to the narrative. So it's more of a conduit. I often write the text after I have drawn. Instead, it's people who maybe prepare a whole script first. So it's something a little bit that comes slowly to the story, and the jokes are structured. Maybe I think of them like it's dialogue, and then slowly, as I go along those drawings, in each panel I give a space, precisely a joke or a text, precisely. But always trying to create a balance within the images, though. In fact, maybe I will continue in Italian, so it's more like a dialogue. Something I've noticed in your works, that you often draw song lyrics. Is this something that you find yourself to do? Maybe it's something that I just has the impression of. And why is that choice rather than maybe a more closed text, a novel of the poems? Or did you do that as well? Maybe I missed it and I don't know. So actually, I'm not sure, because when I find myself listening to songs, I find it easy to imagine them through, obviously, my imagination. So with my own imagery, my own reinterpretation of the song, as going to add some extra elements that are not maybe within the video or however the narrative part related to the song, because it projects me within precisely the lyrics of the music and everything, and it evokes an atmosphere to me, and therefore I feel a little bit the need to rationalize and tell it through the images. It could also be a short comic book story. Lately I've been doing some experiments with storytelling, maybe with short stories on Instagram, a carousel, or similar things, songs that maybe I liked so much that I visualize it very well, like precisely maybe stories in which there were characters doing certain actions. And also because anyway music is something that, at least for me, is much more present in my life than maybe a novel or a movie. I enjoy a lot more music than maybe other content. As for poetry, I think that would be an interesting thing. I had once interpreted a poem by Pascoli in oil painting. So it was a technique. It's a little bit different because painting is, I see it a little bit less related to reality. Maybe compared to comic book story that therefore is dropped, although not in reality identical to ours, however in a dimension of reality in which there are certain rules. Instead, a painting is something that can be more abstract, more imaginative, so not necessarily concrete and does not necessarily have this dimension of lived life, however, of something within which there is a movement. So that's how I imagine it.
Okay, I never thought about this, like the fact that comics are more related to kind of the real, not realism, but this, there is a word for this, like suspension of disbelief, but at the same time you need to take the person that is reading this book or this comic book in this realm, so it has to make sense. And instead of painting, as you're saying, it's more open and more related to this kind of poetic field. It's really nice connection. Yeah, I think we can dive more into the other topic I wanted you to explore and let us know better. That's really emerges from your works. That is the body, the physical body, and maybe later to move in the female body, like and witchcore. That is one of your works. So maybe can you start telling us about how it started, like from your personal experience, and then I know you did a really huge research about authors and people that are inspiring you. Non so se puoi raccontarci un po' di questa cosa, quindi parlare del corpo e di come lo tratti a livello personale, e poi magari entrare più nei dettagli di quella che è invece la ricerca teorica che ti ha ispirato durante questo lavoro.
Okay, so the body is a theme that is central to me, partly because basically something that we all have here. But when we talk about the female body, is it something that you become, in a sense, aware of from a very young age? Because somehow you receive attention and advice, but that could be also translated into social obligations. Because if you don't follow certain rules, anyway, you suffer a kind of, how to say, punishment that both on the social level and on the level of your own perception of yourself. And so somehow we are necessarily empowered to realize and understand how society we should behave, how socially we should behave, and submit to a kind of endless of rules about, for example, the weight of your body, rather than how we should dress our body, how we should wear makeup, how we should be beautiful and look beautiful. And these were things that I think, at least in my experience, I had present very early on, whereas maybe for other people. I think everybody has a different experience related to that. And I go to a certain period where I was really in crisis, that relationship I had with my body, because I didn't like this and I couldn't accept the shape of it. I couldn't be, let's say, tolerant of myself. And so at a certain point I made a kind of mental transition where I realized that from the shape of my body was not the thing on which it basically depends how society interfaced with me, in the sense that he was not to blame for the situations I was experiencing. But it was society that was going to place this burden and this oppressive sense on it, and that therefore I couldn't have this sort of attitude of not accepting it as it was, because it was part of me, so I couldn't, how to say it, separate the two things was one, and so I understood precisely this thing. There was an early approach precisely to feminism, the body positive movement, and I realized that it was something that was simply wrong with the narrative that I had received up to the time. And then several years passed, because this actually happened already 6 years ago, it seems to me. So I developed more and more relationship, let's say, of knowledge and therefore understanding, confidence with my body. And I decided I wanted to talk about, because I realized it was not something that was just about my experience or my personal experience, but it was something that they were finding in a lot of other people, both girls but also the boys. So it's something that pressures a little bit of everybody. And during this path, I approached then also what is the figure of the witch, which however could be summarized not necessarily as a witch, but just woman with non-conforming body, or however also with forms, but not conforming to society standards. So maybe a woman who doesn't want to be married, whose ambitions is not to take care of children, who acts not necessarily to, let's say, protect male feelings or to please a man, but also just individually her for herself, even selfishly. And I realized that she was such a stigmatized figure precisely because she represented basic. It is our society and the thinking that society towards precisely a woman who wants to feel free. Of course, this then can be transposed also to men, perhaps who would like to live differently, non-binary people, the people who don't identify with either gender and yet are so strongly pushed to be something that maybe doesn't belong to them. Simply because it never occurred to them, it could be different. And during this path here, let's say that I read various books, including, for example, it was revolutionary, The Monstrous Feminine, which gave me precisely so many insights into how we perceive ourselves, how society goes almost to justify many times the violence that is done different, precisely non-conforming people, marginalized people. And these things made me decide then to also open up precisely both the body narrative that is often within my comics and often within my stories, but also just the narrative that talks about witches, so women who have undergone, let's say, all that pressure and decide maybe to use their power. So not just accept the fact that they are oppressed, but just to rebel, to do something to change the situation that they are in, and what to precisely come out of this oppression, and in short, destroy everything and mess it up. Set it on fire. And speaking of that, and this subversive aspect of the witch, not only as a woman, but also as precisely a figure outside of the non-conforming society. Maybe it seems like a leap, but I'm also curious about a little bit of Bologna. How do you live it? How is it having an influence on what are your ideas, your kind of work, connections that you're making? And also another one, which is related precisely to you, to your writing. You're an aspiring cartoonist, you already are, but you are, let's say, like many young people, you are still waiting to publish. How are you interfacing with that reality? There are different options.
Opzioni diverse. Because for example, I will translate this for you. For example, we also are trying to understand how to deal like with, you know, publishing platforms, and also talking with our friends from ENC. We are trying to rethink ways of self-publishing and publishing like content that is maybe you know, under copyright. That's you know, an issue we have like really often. that we are maybe banned because, you know, for copyright from like a small part from a track, from a DJ, or like a video that is like, you know, the algorithm will ban it because it's already in the system.
There are realities that you see that are working in Bologna, maybe related in particular to self-publishing in all its forms.
Questo in particolare all'autoproduzione in tutte le sue forme.
For sure, being in Bologna is a different experience than the ones that I've done before, because you're really immersed within what is a small city at the end that is, however, teeming with people making art, especially related to drawing. Even just the walls of Bologna speak. There is a lot of graffiti, writing, words, drawings, just graphic. And so even just walking around the streets, you feel immersed just in all this disruptive art. This is not an art, let's say, that wants to say, that wants to rehash what has already been done, but that wants to say, recreate, reconstruct and generate things also very much from the bottom. In fact, it's often an art that's also very underground, that is based precisely on concerts about stories of people who have been there, who have been built things together. In fact, another very big reality in Bologna, that of collectives. There are really a lot of them, like people selling self-productions. There are an endless amount of markets that of self-produced things made, whether clothes or comics or jewelry. It's really stimulating environments for these things. And at the same time, along with this aspect, let's say, of great ferment, that is certainly that of political struggle as well. I found myself really immersed in so many people who want to question themselves, who want to talk about certain dynamics, who also want to listen and understand, and not the classic approach, which is kind of feeling of guilt that you're made aware of. For example, a privilege you have. There is a lot of willingness also to put yourself in the game without being aggressive. If it is necessary, yes, let's say to organize a protest, but also to freely open a dialogue, a debate. What about the comic book universe? Definitely it is a place with a lot of comic books artists, and in fact you get to go for maybe for an aperitivo and talk to people you met on the spot. Finding out that they are comic book artists is a pretty common thing. There are so many people doing self-publishing. I myself have recently started doing self-publishing, and it is, in my opinion, also a great way to already face the market world. Definitely, at the same time, when you are precisely a student, a guy who is still approaching to the thing and realize how it works. For example, if your stories work, if people like them, what can they like? But it's also nice in the moment when you discuss with a possible buyer to sell all the things that person has to say directly to you. While maybe in the more mainstream market, these things is possible just in rare events. However, it's hard for that person to actually talk, to remember you, because maybe you undergo so many people that there is no real contact. Let's say that self-publishing does not then exclude publishing with a publishing house. I think both are two different containers, because the publishing house puts an editor on you if it works well. So there is a person who just helps to structure your comic in a way that is then effective. Maybe if there is a line that doesn't work, he corrects it to make it the final commercial product. While self-publishing is perhaps the area where you can experiment with actually doing things with some themes a bit heavier that perhaps would not be sellable to the mass market, and so it is a place where you can both bring directly with people, but at the same time also experiment and create something new that does not exist. And in fact, I always go when I can to see the self-publishers, because they actually always contain the coolest, bravest, most interesting things from a storytelling point of view as well.
Because there are no filters. There are no compromises, like, we have to find a compromise.
Maybe, I don't know, would you like maybe to share some of the,
the publishers you would like to work with? Maybe someone who is looking at this couldn't find it useful, if you want to share them.
Se vuoi condividerle.
So what I think, if we talk about someone who wants to publish, is that the best thing is to find a publishing house that publishes things that have style inherent to what you do. This is because one can also succeed in doing a book with a publishing house that doesn't have much to do with his style. But the risk is something that distorts him as an artistic style, as a person, and therefore a compromise, which then may be not the book that you wanted to write. If, for example, a person comes more from an underground environment, horror, or more explicit comics, maybe there are smaller publishers that have just the target audience, also not necessarily Italian or from the country you're in, especially in France, in Belgium, but also internationally. There are so many publishers that have maybe bolder projects, and so, in my opinion, the best thing precisely to look for something that goes to reflect just what you do. I would not try to adapt one's style to publisher, because in the end, it's not that you have to publish a book to get it published. You have to publish a story that actually reflects what you do. If you have to change yourself to get inside a container so much, maybe it's not worth it to get inside that container. Yes, I think this is also very much connected to what we do, which is something I'm super proud of. The fact that is one way or another we've tried to stay true ourselves. And as far as just for about a year and a half, it has been kind of in the shadows, as it actually now has found its sponsors. It's strange to call them like that, better to say her supporters, her
just
patrons.
Trying, and I agree with the fact that you shouldn't change just because you want to publish it just to be published, but wait for it to be the right choice, and can be like a collaboration. So thank you for sharing this. And I wanted to ask you also about psychonauti. That's your, if I'm not mistaken, it's your diploma work, yes? So yeah, you graduated from the same academy I did, so in Academy of Fine Arts of Brera, and I remember this work really clearly, and I think it has some topics that are related to our research, and I would like to maybe talk a bit about it, like how was the idea, why did you choose like this kind of scenario, like this kind of cyberpunk, but related to this Greek mythology history. That's really iconic, I think, for our culture. And yeah, just if you can brief a bit, and then I will ask you more detailed question about.
I honestly can't remember how I came up with it. However, I've always been into anyway the stories to Greek myth, or myths in general anyway. We had also talked about in terms of identity being something that go to encapsulate a collective sense of space. It's something that you felt collectively. In case precisely of the myth that I took as an example, which is the Argonauts, which is this sort of golden fleece that has the power to heal, grow plants, something that we can find in many other mythologies, such as Holy Grail, rather than the Philosopher's Stone. It is a concept that is present on a subconscious level in so many people. The choice to set it in a cyberpunk scenario was because a lot of the things told within the myth. For example, there's part where they talk about these iron balls breathed in fire. It's very adaptable to a cyberpunk scenario, so kind of like the concept of mythology, in the sense that is something that always goes to talk about the energy and the powers that people have. So it ties in well with those imagining. My need in the thesis was also to talk about how new technologies impact, let's say, everyday life, what the extreme consciousness might be. And the cyberpunk was born a little bit, let's say, to give an idea of what the future could be story if there is not some kind of redemption. However, if you don't actively make matters into your own hands. So it was the right scenario in which to set something like that. For example, in the story, the Earth exploded and it's needed to rebuild this planet from scratch, which is something that hasn't happened to us yet. But who knows, in the future we cannot know how far we will go to this direction. So that's the idea within the story, that at the moment still has to move forward. But I just written the first chapters was to each place where they went traveling in space to deal with an issue that was either socio-culturally and or environmentally. So to deal with various themes through the space made of remnants of Earth. So going a little bit to reconstruct that union that you had in the beginning through precisely the myth that is a primordial element that accumulates all human beings, and at the same time talk about extremely contemporary issues.
Yeah, and like I'm curious about what was the role of these substances that the protagonists of your stories were using to have this kind of bridge between this imaginary realm. How was it working? Cioè le sostanze che I protagonisti della tua storia utilizzavano, a che pro, a cosa servivano, cioè come funzionava questo dettaglio?
So, psychonauts is a way to call people who use substances to travel, not just to have fun with it, but also for the interior traveling part, not being okay just with our sober perception, but also use the substance to travel in our inside part and how to feel things. And so they use various substances, not always that purpose. But there is one character in particular who embodies an oracle, and uses substances to basically have visions of the future. So there is a lot of scenes, let's say, breakdown of identity understood as that of a sober person, true to himself, and also because there is the exploded planet and there is no longer any certainty of the future. That all can be sought, and it can be done through a path of inner rediscovery, or at least a search for self and others within the wreckage that's left. So the substances are used with both the ritual aspect, precisely that some substances like ayahuasca rather than hallucinogenic mushrooms can have, and also as an aspect of being able to look for threats of the future in this world that has come precisely to the limit that no longer allows one to imagine a future. So trying to crawl within the visions to maybe have a vision of something better. In fact, that's how it's the implicit of the story. Through these substances they begin their journey and they start their adventure.
E si mettono poi in cammino o in volo in realtà.
In volo, nice. Like it's really wide range of topics, and it's really great. And what I really love in your works is like this kind of colorful, multi-texture, like layered. That's even just in a conceptual way, it's really fascinating for me and for us. But I would like to close this with a question to you. That's you're here now hosted at UKRAiNATV, and before we were talking briefly about what's the position of people that are part of this network about Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I would like to ask you about more politicized question, like what's your take on this, and how do you see it in Italy, in Bologna? Because Bologna, it's a really politicized and really active city, as far as I know, and as you were telling me. But a lot of times we were reflecting on this and how like Western countries perceive this war, and maybe your opinion or like your take on this could be useful also for us to continue to spread the message and try to make people aware of what's happening in the most useful way possible, that can really work out and make a difference. Yeah, I have to translate. No, ti volevo chiedere appunto se potevi dirmi un po', cioè simile a quello che abbiamo già discusso oggi, però sei stata tu a chiedere a me qual è la posizione delle persone che fanno parte del network, che cosa pensano della guerra in Ucraina, ma allo stesso tempo volevo chiedere appunto cosa ne pensi tu, anche se un po' già lo so, ma insomma per il network, e cosa com'è percepito a Bologna, perché Bologna è una città che io so che è attivamente politica, ma so anche che la percezione dell'Italia di questo conflitto è molto, non lo so, sfumata, quindi sono curiosa.
So a few days ago, it was 25th of April in Italy. I was in Bologna, so I was around the streets. The 25th April, the day precisely of the freeing of Italy from Nazi fascism. It is therefore a national holiday to basically commemorate this event. One of the many things I noticed going around is that there were a lot of banners that were against of the war, so basically for peace. And I also am of the same opinion, in the sense that they are anti-war and for peace. However, obviously the discourse is complex, because when you speak about war, in my opinion, it is simple to say, okay, there must be peace, but then it is important to realize that it is complicated, because if a state finds itself invaded, it's not that it can do anything but defend itself or surrender. Obviously, this doesn't help the fact that people perceive it like they want peace, but they don't realize that to keep that peace, it takes for the people there, for everything they are experiencing, the sacrifice of fighting, resisting, like the partisans did perhaps in Italy. It's something that is needed to also maintain the dignity of the country, the identity of the country, so that these things are not lost. So I think it is precisely a bit simplistic to generalize by talking about peace, which of course is the desire, I think, of everybody involved in the situation. But at the same time, you have to find actually concrete ways to make that happen, and that it's not precisely an invasion that decides the disappearance or let's say, the fact that a country remains intact. But it takes actively something that has to be made to endure, to resist. To resist always. If you don't want to add anything, I think we have touched on all the issues. And would you like to add something? No, actually, I can't think of anything right now.
That you took part of in our work, and you are sharing your job. That's really amazing, and I wish you all the good things and luck to come from it, because it's really like also, it's always personal, but in some of the works I read from you I can also see myself in them. So it's really important to share these, these things that could maybe help someone else to relate and feel less alone in this, because there are really harsh topics, and even witchcore that has like a kind of teenage, in my opinion, a kind of target. It could be really liberating and also representing for a lot of people that are not represented enough, or are represented in a really like kind of stigmatized and stereotypical way, and they are not made to make people feel empowered, but just to sell, like this kind of mainstream culture. And also I hope that as you share with us your experience and your works and your knowledge, you can go back in Italy, in Bologna, and share it with the people your experience here, and the work we believe in, and the people that are part of our family are fighting to make it work. So yeah, I wanted to thank you and to invite you again, if you will come here in Krakow, to stay with us. So hi everyone. We are here to
Ciao ragazzi.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao a tutti.
Se ci state seguendo anche dall'Italia, we will make an Italian recipe.
No, non parlo italiano, signora.
Devo parlare italiano? Ok, va bene. Cuciniamo il tiramisù oggi qua in Polonia, a Cracovia e niente, speriamo verrà buonissimo sicuramente perché abbiamo delle grandi cuoche con noi e niente, stiamo esportando questa ricetta. Possiamo iniziare? We can start if you want and I will briefly tell the story behind tiramisu that is really strange, like every story for like food and origins in Italy. And with me are like Ksenia.
Hi. Ciao ragazzi.
Giulia, but you're not in...
Cześć, 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 cześć.
Okay, I think we need to speak more too.
No, you can just
It's
put
the same. Okay, so to start we need to separate the eggs. Yeah, it's in Italian, but I can explain it. We just need quantities for this. Okay, so who wants to do this? Okay. I think in this small one we can put the red and in the big one the white. So, I think it's normal eggs. It was 5 medium, but these are small, so we have 6. And the tiramisu was really, I don't know, funny, in my opinion, history. And everyone wanted kind of to be, you know, have a paternity for this recipe. But actually it was invented in Treviso around the 19th century. And the translation for tiramisu, it means like to lift up. Like tirare su in dialect, Trevisian dialect is like to be lifted up, something like this. And actually the origin says that it was invented in this, I don't know how to translate bordello, it's...
we know the
we know,
translation.
okay. Pleasure house. Yeah, pleasure house, casa di piacere, we can say it in a cute way. And cutification of the tiramisu and the origin. Yeah, so it was like this really caloric, I don't know, not even dish because it's so easy to make. And you know, they would just use some mascarpone, some eggs, and some sugar to give it to the people that, you know, went in the pleasure house and on their way back to be less suspicious for their families and their wives. They would just, you know, someone will come on the stairs and give to them this tiramisu to lift them up. And so at first it was kind of kept secret because no one wanted, you know, to say the truth, to speak the truth about the tiramisu, but actually it's this. And later, this really famous restaurant called Le Beccherie in Treviso is kind of, you know, the real inventor of the tiramisu. That is, I don't know, I saw a lot of YouTube tutorials and videos about this story to be prepared. And the funniest one was this really like old professor telling that they love it so much in Japan that because it's so easy to make and it's no alcohol inside and it's really good and you know, you don't even have to cook it really, you just put it in the fridge. It's like it's the first Italian word, like, you know, ranking even more than pizza and pasta. So tiramisu, yeah, Japan really loves tiramisu. Next, we put a bit of. Yeah, I can take it, and yeah, here we should put like a bit of salt. Yeah, yeah, we have it in, just a bit, and oh no, and then start. I don't know, montare le uova. I don't know how to translate this. And here we need some sugar. Okay, so you will do this, but we need sugar. I will tell you how much. 120 grammi, it's like, you know, here is something like 200 grams, I think.
Here's what I think it's like, it's a lot.
Yeah, well, I think
How many? It's
one, we can put it in another cup. Wait, I will.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
You just have to say stop.
Yeah, because anyway, we will need to put half of it now and half of it like in the white when it's gonna be puffy.
So it's like 60, yeah?
Yeah.
60 grams.
Yeah, really not much. Yeah, you can go, don't worry. Okay, I think maybe a bit more, but not much more. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we will anyway taste it. So,
And we mix it, yeah?
yeah, we mix it, and I feel so bad that I'm just enslaving you. Okay, yeah, but I don't know, like this is the story behind tiramisu, and it's really fun because Italy as is, is famous for his food and stuff, but actually the main activity is to fight, between, if it's like two close cities, like provinces, they will, fight so much for the food, and they will just say, no, we invented this, like for the lasagna. There are even like some varianti, like variations of the lasagna. Even if it's obviously that it was invented in Bologna, I'm sorry for the Naples guys, but they make it in a really strange way with eggs and the prosciutto cotto, and yeah, this is really, it's really sad, but yeah, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be so so proud just because I'm near Bologna, but yeah, we had Irene, so we are entitled to be on this way, but I don't know, I cannot, because this is the end, the story is this, and I don't know what to do. Yeah, that's what I mean. I can leave you the... I will just watch you cooking. Yeah.
Coordinate and tell what's wrong.
Yeah, but like it's we can shift, we can switch, and you can, I don't know, tell something about your personal experience with tiramisu, and
No, it's my first time. It's my first try of doing tiramisu because I'm not good at making desserts. But I fucking love tiramisu, so I'm up to try. This is like the hardest thing to do, though.
Thank you, and thank you for your intervention. And
I never tried preparing and cooking tiramisu, to be honest. And I tried, first time trying tiramisu, it was something like tiramisu from Biedronka. From just like normal...
It's like the best tiramisu actually I have ever tried, and like even
Coca, please.
Yeah, but
You can give it to her.
for a long time it was really one of the best. But it's like really artificial. It's true, but like tiramisu from Coca, it's like the best stuff.
So it was my first time trying tiramisu, and I was like, what the fuck, it's so delicious, so delicious. But then I went to Italy and tried real one, like my friend prepared.
Oh my god, in Napoli was my first tiramisu, yeah.
And why didn't you like it?
But it was a random tiramisu from, some like cafe, but...
Yeah, it's really sugary.
Yeah,
No,
but
it
my
was-
friend prepared it, so I was like, wow, it's like homemade tiramisu, and it was really delicious, and I fell in love. But I never tried preparing. I was just sitting and...
You want to talk while we cook?
If you want to talk, you can go here.
No, we can give him a microphone because we can still,
Yes.
You can
Yeah.
like we have someone from the public that wants to add something.
Yes, I want to criticism the horribly misogynistic camera work that is going on during this program. I don't like the camera work during this program, that it shows women in the kitchen and male in the living room, in the lounge, in resting position. I think it promotes very bad behavior. And kids, you shouldn't watch this.
Yeah, but can I ask you about what are you doing to give a different vision of this feminist situation? Are you doing something actively to perpetuate this idea?
Yes, I'm engaging in critical discourse about the camera work in this program. This is how I fight for the women of this world.
Yeah, but in a way, the camera work is just showing the reality of the studio. Do you want to join us?
But should we transmit all reality? Like this is total transparency, the ultimate goal of our culture?
In a way, yeah. Sorry. I will come back to answer this after, I go back to the kitchen to finish.
I think it's ready.
Yeah, we should put a bit of sugar in that one. Oh, okay. So, now we should open mascarpone. Do you want me to do it, and do you want to add something about your stories? I feel I'm doing nothing. Fuck.
Something about Italy.
Italy, I don't know, like a fun fact about tiramisu, like because I really love this, and but usually I don't cook it so much, because when you cook it you need to kind of finish it, in one time, because it's like fresh eggs, they are not cooked, and it's like mascarpone is really like fresh cheese. No, it's okay, we will clean after, no problem. There is no trash, but we can just put it together and then. Yeah, can the man in the public take a trash bin for us, please? Thank you. And so I will. We should wait. Like Ksenia, when that is finished, you should like put it inside this one, like with the spatula. You can help yourself, and then we mix the mascarpone.
I like the story of tiramisu and this text.
Oh, so cute. Yeah, and like so, I really love it.
Like
and
clouds.
Yeah, puffy. Yeah, but I can't cook it every time, because if I do too much, I will just have. Oh wow, go big or go home. Like serious stuff. Nice, grazie. Yeah. So, but usually, of course, mascarpone is we're training now.
So now, like put all the mascarpone? Or
All the mascarpone with the yolks here inside this big one. Yes. Everything goes in this metal one, like mascarpone and...
all the mascarpone?
All the mascarpone. Yeah, because this is gonna be the last step.
Okay.
And yeah, so usually... Yeah, of course, everything.
Vanilla with white chocolate.
Really?
Yeah. What? It's vanilla with white chocolate.
It's like flavored?
Yeah.
No, it's, let's taste.
Polish version of Italian.
It's good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Nice. Thank you, Biedronka. Yeah, so usually when I go to restaurants, I take, every time I take like tiramisu, and in my opinion...
Approval,
Yeah, we talked about this. But
That's so true.
Yeah, because I think if the tiramisu is good, even if it's at the end, you can't really decide, but then that place is gonna stay in your heart, because if they care about the tiramisu, and there is this one, it's called La Buca dei Diavoli. I don't know why I'm promoting this place in my hometown, and they have amazing tiramisu, and usually I like it when it's a lot more like crema al mascarpone than like biscuits. If it's too like wet, like the Savoiardi are too soggy inside the coffee, I don't like it. It's like, but when it's a lot of mascarpone, I love it. So that's the plan. Yeah, we're almost there. What?
Yolks here.
Yeah, all the yolk there. Wait, I can help you. Okay. So I don't know. Do you want to participate, because they are working and I kind of run out of story about the tiramisu? What's your story about tiramisu? Do you have one?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I have any strong personal relation to tiramisu. But I would like to know... I would like to know more about your role in the process. So you're the narrator here, yes?
Yeah, but in this moment I'm also the mastermind behind the recipe, because I'm Italian, so I should know how to make it. No, I told the story. You should, pay attention. Yeah, but more what? Nothing. Now, like when it's gonna be like mixed together, we will put the fluffy eggs inside, but mixing them really gently. And then when the cream is ready, we can start to put Savoiardi with coffee inside the pirofila. I don't know how to call this plate. Forma? Forma doppia cigna? Okay, nice. Great. I like your technique.
Because otherwise it's super hard.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's getting, it's starting to get. No, it is.
Yeah, but anyway, this is fine.
Here
Yeah,
or everything there?
everything there, because this needs to be like mixed from the, not to make it get smaller. Yeah, we have that.
Where is the small one?
The small one here. Do you need it? Cute. Okay, I can take it. Nice. Okay. Jesus Christ. No, never.
We're trying to not to waste food at all.
No. Also, like I never cooked so much tiramisu, but still, I think it will not be exaggerated quantity. So. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I think we can start to make the base. Usually, I put like this Savoiardi on the base, so we can do this. I can. You want to do it? I will not cook anything. Okay.
If you want, because I don't know anything, but I can.
Okay, I can start and then we can switch, because we will make kind of a blanket of Savoiardi with coffee, and then we will.
Okay. You'll start and I'll continue. But I'll have some questions about Italy. For example, Italian vocabulary or something like this. So how to say, for example, I'm going to Italy to eat a lot of pasta.
Pasta, nice. Andrò in Italia per mangiare un sacco di pasta.
Can you take it like slowly?
Of course, like you saw it. Andrò in Italia.
Andrò in Italia
per mangiare
un
sacco
un sacco
di pasta.
di pasta. What is un sacco?
It's a lot.
Oh, un sacco.
Actually, it's like figure of speech, because un sacco is like a big. Santa Claus has this big sacco. I don't know how to translate.
And per mangiare is like to eat, yes? Okay, guys, you can just take notes about Italian language. It's really important and really nice. What's your favorite city? Not hometown, and just something.
Yeah, my hometown is not my favorite city actually, and it's probably, I don't know, in Italy or in general. In Italy.
No, in Italy. In Italy,
like I will be really boring and predictable, but Rome is fucking beautiful. So. I love it.
Okay. What do you think about Florence? Because I like it a lot, to be honest. When I came there, I just fell in love and I was crying because I was really in love with Florence.
Wait, because it's too touristic. No, Florence is beautiful, but not to live there. It's too touristic. Too many Chinese tourists. You're not able to enter any museum. It's people in Florence are like not friendly and stuff.
I haven't met any people from Florence, to be honest. I was like a tourist, and I liked it a lot. So I was that tourist, like going and being in the crowd.
To see if it needs more sugar. No, but like my opinion on Florence, I really love the city, and I have like strange feeling that probably in a previous life I was born there.
I don't think it's Florence, yeah?
Yes.
I don't think we need more sugar.
Oh.
It's
No,
Yeah, also this vanilla, like nice. Yeah, no, but Florence.
it's really tasty, guys. Oh my god. It's like,
Buonissimo.
Na 100%. Przepysznie. Pięknie.
Pięknie, I know what it means.
What does it mean?
Bellissimo.
Bellissimo. Porco Dio. What does it mean? Because I have one friend and he told me only this word. Is it something bad?
No?
I really don't know. I mean, like...
Yeah, porco Dio is like...
You wanna say porco
Wait,
nicer way you can say porca troia.
Porca troia.
But what's the meaning, like in a cultural way? Because I didn't know really. I'm sorry for.
It's swearing.
Oh, I'm really sorry because that's the one thing my friend from Italy, my friend taught me, to be honest.
Stuff that you should know if you go in Italy.
I'm really sorry.
Where are they from?
Okay, I'm putting the...
I want to do something.
Yeah, okay. We here of. Oh fuck! Wait, because I need to.
Wow, guys, look at this. It's just wow. Yeah. Look at the texture. Texture is really good. Taste is really good. Color is amazing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. It's just really, really beautiful.
Like kind of ice cream. I don't know. Really. Yeah. Nice. Variante ma buona. Molto buona.
But how, for example, when I'm really surprised in a positive way. What should I say? Like surprised. Like for example, wow, it's so beautiful. I'm so surprised. I'm so amazed.
Yeah, fuck. I just, in my mind, I just like swearing, and because, like, Italians, they say like cazzo or figa or like porco dio if they're really happy, or you can say like I don't know. I don't really know. I have to educate myself.
Just like
Ah, buonissimo, incredibile. Incredibile is like translation for amazing.
Now should I do like second layer?
Yeah, you.
Actually, all my life, I thought that this sign is for when you like something is good, like incredibile, like something. But then I learned, only in Italy, I learned that this means when someone is not like understanding, like what the fuck
Yeah,
you
what
don't
the
understand,
fuck,
like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like when you're angry. All the time, I thought that this is like, and like when you do like, you're like.
Nice. Do you have more coffee or not?
So I met.
I don't think so, but.
But there is more coffee there.
Ah, yeah, we have in the pig. Nice.
So I met this guy on Tinder when I was living in Bologna. I met this guy on Tinder, and he came over to my place, and we had dinner. And I was drinking alcohol back in the day, and we got super fucking drunk. And I asked him, and I filmed it. I somewhere have this video when he is explaining me that this sign means like when you are really fucking angry, when like someone cannot understand you, or like this is like fuck off, something like this. And like what was it like? Which else expressions do you have, like with hands?
With hands.
Yeah, like from this or this.
But you have to
This.
make it narrow. Like, what does it mean? This?
Yeah, but what you have except of this, and except.
I don't know a lot. It's
Yeah, but
I don't know where to.
what? This is like but this is as well. It's bad. It's when you're angry and you like someone is not understanding you. You're like, why the fuck you can't understand me?
But sometimes people just like
No, that's the thing.
No,
I thought
yeah.
all my life that it's like, oh yes, it's so. No, it's fucking not. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't know
it
if there are
depends on
like.
the district or something like this, or the part of Italy, no?
Yeah, of course, it's like regional, but I'm also thinking that like the sign language we have, it's a lot for like when you're upset or something like this, because you need to really like use your body to, I don't know. Yeah, and usually it's when you're like really like upset and you don't have words to say what you want to say. But yeah, because they are not fitting, but it's usually I do like tartan. Oh shit, fuck, Jesus Christ. Okay, wait a second. I need to wait. I give this to you, Ksenia.
Porco Dio, Giulia.
Like this, no? Like this.
No, Giulia, what?
What?
What? No, wash it now. No, Andy. Смотри, тут. What? We don't have coffee.
Should I go and make it?
Yeah, and we can also buy some mascarpone and we can add in meanwhile, you know, we can make more. Тут еще у тебя половина было. I'm giving microphone. Do you want to say something? Because I want to help Giulia with screen. Jak ci się podoba?
Okej. Obecnie oglądamy proces nakładania kremu do pojemnika. Ksenia uważnym ruchem rozprowadza masę po biszkoptach. Masa jest rozprowadzana. Bardzo ważny moment w przygotowaniu tiramisu.
Grazie. Oh, come sta andando? Nice. Really, really great.
We can make in cups the rest of Savoiardi small because we have.
Yeah, but I think we can. Yeah, we will because we run out of coffee. So I think we have the first.
We can make it in.
Yeah, we have the first plate of the tiramisu that will stay in the fridge for at least 1 hour, and then it will be eaten with light because it looks really, really amazing. And I wanted to thank my assistants that did all the work. Yeah, where is it?
It will go to the fridge, please.
Where is it? But we don't have a close-up. I don't know,
No,
but
it's
maybe in this direction. Yeah, there, to that camera. Yeah, so meanwhile, we will manage to finish the mascarpone that we have. Okay, but, okay. Oh wow, bellissimo. Beautiful. Cacao, it's at the end, yeah. It's for decoration. Okay, nice. And after this, it will be displayed the interview with, where am I? I'm lost, I'm here. I wish it was in Italy, no, I love Krakow. Interview with amazing Ricetta Tiramisu and Roman. In Transmediale we had this conversation about cutification of violence online on platforms, especially on YouTube and TikTok. And yeah, and about pink, of course, because it's our symbol. And yes, stay with us and wait until the end because you will
See us trying our good.
Yeah, if you will be here with us, you will have pleasure to taste it. If not, you can take notes and make it at home for yourself. Hi UKRAiNATV, we're back today with Ricetta Tiramisu here with us at Transmediale, and we are all in palette, pink and purple. And I'm really happy you're here with us today because I'm following your work for some time. During this interview we will hybridize language, so we will talk half English, half Italian, half Spanish. I saw that you sometimes have this moment, so okay, so it's gonna be maybe hard to follow, but worth it. I participated at your workshop. That was really, really great, so I want to thank you for that. And I pointed out something also looking at your works, and something I was really interested in, and it's also part of this hybrid language, these projects of your, like prove di enciclopedia olfattiva, neologismi per la parosmia. That's your work from 2021, and you talk about this condition that you suffered of, like parosmia. It's when after a trauma, in this case like connected to COVID, you lost the sense of smell, more or less, and you developed this different way of smelling things. And I really liked like something you wrote about, also connected with this other project, Onomaturgia prima della quiete, and you told like smell in this case like the loss of smell is connected to our way of giving shape to things, and you wrote where it lacks the word, it lacks reality. And I wanted you to talk maybe more about this.
Thank you for hosting me. First of all, thank you, Giulia, for such insightful questions. Neologismi per la parosmia. It meant some sort of starting point in my personal research in terms of how language it's relevant to shape my own reality. And whenever some words are lacking, I feel like I'm disconnected to my own reality and the way I can communicate and share my feelings towards myself and my community, my loved ones.
When I first began to investigate what these new symptoms were, this condition, parosmia, is more an alternation of the sense of smell. So what was a fragrance that guided my daily life, such as smell of shampoo or onions from the soffritto. The alteration of these sensory states caused in me then an emotional decompensation, also because it was necessary for me to recognize my habits and to recognize the importance of that small gestures related to the smell, to fragrances, as a very deep sense of how I then carried out the simplest operations.
Molto profondo di come poi svolgevo le operazioni più semplici.
But the most important thing, actually, within this series of neologism, there is not more trying to, how can I say, to describe the new smell or the alterated status, much as more a sense of transport and a feeling related to the emotionally of this kind of new sensory experience that was clearly traumatic at first, and then slowly trying to embrace this new state of things. Then entering the domain of coining new terms helps in some way then to gradually overcome this trauma that fortunately was temporary. There have been several experiments, and the most beautiful thing was then being able to find a lot of communality within the small community of parosmatics, that these neologisms then also represented emotional states of consciousness that came up through these neologisms. The most beautiful thing still then was to make them workshops, then open up with this practice of coining new terms, which I consider it's strongly political practice, thanks to the fact of how important it is to be able to renew language, especially in times when there is a very strong predominance and preeminence that is being grafted more and more within the Italian language, which is the English language without blame. Right now I don't feel actually to make condemnations or praise as much as more to try to realize how important it can be actually to focus on enriching a language in which you are native and try to create more and more communicative abundance so that thinking is more and more refined and our ability to observe reality is more and more, how can I say, accurate. Thank you. This answer of yours for sure like makes me think about this, we're UKRAiNATV, so I'm for sure thinking about now with the Russia invasion and all that's going on. Ukrainian community is really at a strange point in its existence, because in a way most of them know Russian and maybe they learn Russian in school, but now talking Russian is so controversial, because it was supposed to be kind of a glue, something to connect and make people talk with each other, and now it's something that it's really divisive, so divisivo, I don't know how to translate this, and also creates this cortocircuito. What do you think about this, and do you wish the birth of this kind of new language that's more connected also to our emotions, as you said, for the parosmia, and do you think there is something that could be more universal in a way?
Great question. I do believe that short circuit, it's a key word in every kind of work, in every different research that I am starting, growing, or welcoming to an end. Not welcoming, actually.
What I meant to say, accompany towards an end, as to say that certain projects at some point then have to end. But all that especially moves metaphorically my practice is strongly related to create short circuits. So temporary states like little glitches that allow you to change for a moment. Perspective on something, returning then to the topic of language, is central the awareness of the power of this communicative tool that is probably one of the oldest technologies that we are continuing to rely on in a certain way. We have some kind of confidence towards it. We have been using verbal language for millennia, and it is, among other things, as some miraculous because our structure, our morphology has had to adapt over a very long time to be able to allow us to pronounce such difficult words. So the ability of our person to be able to express so many sounds through this very complex apparatus is actually something that through neologism I would like to continue somewhat metaphorically to celebrate, to praise the importance of mixing and hybridizing idioms, just as central what within this practice of neologisms in Italian. Reason why we're talking in Italian today, I come back again to say that emphasize the importance of continuing to stretch the concept of multilingualism that, however, is not in favor of one dominance. So the fact that very often our lexicon is populated by a lot of English terms, especially within the digital sphere. I think probably an unstoppable process, nevertheless. I think that is not enough to delegate in a supine way the only one language, the structuring of our thinking. I think rather instead that the poetic beauty of getting more and more inside different languages than trying to be drawn, also fascinated and consequently also falling in love with our idioms is essential, because otherwise all the process that we call decolonization but do not take into account that of language is a missed process, surely, I think. Wow. That was a bit mind-blowing, and I wanted to read this, it's like a quote from your site that I really like, and it's about this project, Onomaturgia prima della quiete. And you said this quote: "The stillness in this interpretation of mine is to be understood as a ominous stillness of language that does not renew itself and resists change, destined to make itself incomplete for the translation of a changing world. The onomaturgy intervenes before irreversible stillness." So from this I really see some kind of will that you have, that, you know, this language can be engine, motore di anche palingenesi, di rinnovamento, and I think this is really also like a positive take in a way in our research that you made, and that's very, you know, cute, of course, pink on the surface, but it's really dark underneath. And connected to this, I want to ask you about 5 terabytes per second of cuteness violence. Cute violence. This is from 2020, and it's like twin project of Kawaii Inception. And I remember during the workshop, you told me that you stopped this archive of yours because it was starting to become really psychologically damaging for you. So maybe if you can make like brief introduction for the people that don't know about this project, and talk about this, you know, this thing that it's kind of also personal. So feel free to, come vuoi.
Thank you. It's a really broad question, and it's something that I would like to expand, but at the same time it needs some synthesis.
So again, I want to come back to the importance of the words you use earlier, which are controversial and short-circuit. I think the domain of the controversial is the one that most energizes the state of the research at the moment. So trying to finish a little bit with a small light for anything that does not appear self-evident, either in its mode of expression or in its political enunciation. So having a lot to do with ambiguous aesthetics. To briefly describe the project, these two twin projects, then 75 terabytes of cute violence, was born in 2020, and a little bit like all the projects that you get most attached to, was born a little bit by chance, and was born within a workshop project hosted by Freeport, by the Freeport Institute, which is a spin-off project created by Bani Brusadin, who was one of the curators of the Influencers Festival, which was the festival that formed in all my artistic awareness and my extra academic training, and in its project this Freeport
extra accademica questo progetto, questo programma di
this Freeport Alternative Studies program had resulted in a workshop together with which is a group that I collaborate with, and we pour a lot of which some of the members are also former fellow academics. So Freeport was a workshop with Cluster Duck. And it was all related to the meme aesthetics, and so within this project, taken with a very playful spirit, I started to research some things that I already liked, which was actually kawaii aesthetics, and of which I feel like a victim. I feel like a compulsive buyer of this sort of aesthetics. I don't wear them because actually there's a little altar in my house that strongly represents this consumer's trend, and so in short, actually it came about in this way, trying to research meme aesthetics trends, which in this case for me was all.
Was stemming out the cuteness culture and kawaii fandoms.
So from what that comes what, and then expanded more and more, so from the pale pink crust of everything, what is blush palette.
Everything with this blush palette was actually concealing something darker in the beneath.
So going deeper and deeper, everything that seemed so tender began to appear awesomeness. That was actually very, very violent, very aggressive. There was also strongly in an unrestrained use of merchandise, which actually was more innuendo to aggression, or things like the like the socks with "please die" written on them, all pink, and so from this very small detail actually, then it started to constitute something bigger and bigger. The first symptom was by chance entering inside pro-gun community. So people were enraptured by the idea that the Second Amendment of the USA Constitution is a staple in their existence, was making the acquaintance of this brand called Kalashnikity, which are for intents and purpose not AKs. Actually, I think they were actually rifles. Of so many different genres. However, with these stickers of this Kalashnikity brand on it, which is Kalashnikov Hello Kitty. So this hybridization of imagining in microscopic internet subculture began to open wide the doors of my perception, and then entering more and more into the domain of how ambiguous this aesthetic was. In the beginning, 75 terabytes of kid violence was simply an aesthetic research of this online phenomena. However, as I got even deeper into this and then flowed into research on digital militarism and then how certain performative acts could embrace more and more that very large domain that I'm investigating with the kawaii inception, which is linguistic crisis between kawaii, buriyoko in Japanese, meaning violence, and adorable, that actually embraces a highly sexualized aesthetic of the waifu, of the unreliable imagery of the perfect woman, therefore with standards unattainable but not even desirable, at least from my point of view, because they are not human, they are depopulating in a plethora of subcultures and fandoms and digital platforms, from Discord, from Telegram to Reddit, as an initiation, as a symptom in reality of a predominance of a desire for extremist ideological dominance, more arsenalized. So with the overwhelming power of the weapon, with the excuse for self-defense, they try to hymn in reality a superior identity, political and existential basis. Then my digital militarism is this maximal expression in reality of the exhaled violence. So as far as I'm concerned, the war imaginary, the military imaginary, is the extreme sum of the exaltation of violence, and how within certain platforms, especially TikTok, female soldiers in their 20s could lavish in abundance. This duration of imaginary therefore overlay ultra-feminized traits made aesthetically appealing and more to like the wife aesthetic. Cosplaying also, so all hybridizing together, with these traits actually infantilized at the same time. So the idea of the waifu, which is actually an ideal of adult woman mixed in reality, however also to some highly infantilized traits, and using a rifle, an assault rifle, that's not an assault rifle that I bought myself. I know from Ed, and it's being given to me by the army for which I'm enlisted, and I'm probably also enlisted because the draft is mandatory in the country where I'm doing it, commissioning all of it to very frequent performative acts, which are the ones that then create the organized routine of the collective ritual of what is then the performance on TikTok, because that's the untold pact to be part of the community, is to signify, oh, by process of imitation, what I do, you do too, and that's what allows our virality. And this is especially what the kind of phenomenon on which the miltalk, therefore the military talk, especially pertinent to use as military leverage, whether this then is a practice of a convention, recruiting, or it is something that came about by accident, that is whether so a practice of unconventional recruiting or intentional. Also here you are in the realm of the hybrid. Is not yet fully spoken. You can approach it with intuition. Some of the examples are particularly on the top, that it makes you think that it's a staging done ad hoc, or there is a way of foraging by governments or recruiters that are encouraging this kind of collective practice that encourages more this concept of entertainment, and therefore anything that is repeated and has a minimum duration, that can be repeated, imitated, copied, altered, always then trying to make emphasis on an exaggerated individualism, where in fact the soldier, in the very century-old culture of the idea of soldier, individualism somehow is lost.
Centenaria dell'idea di soldato, l'individualismo in qualche modo viene perso.
Thank you. Also, like, about, this answer was so, stratificata. It shows that your work, in a way, it speaks for himself, because, this research that you're doing, for me, is perfectly in line also with the aesthetic that you've chosen, that is in sort of a very nice surface, maybe that may look shallow, and instead there is, like, I don't know how to say, that is just an overlap of what you want to say and how you expose it, starting from your side, which is beautiful and I'm a big fan of. Io sono una grande fan, but I'm most a fan of the hamaru, that I made this research, and I was almost going to, order it. So I wanted to ask you, like, this, how can I say it? È un amuleto. È un amuleto. This cute thing, amulet that can be put everywhere and use. You have to check it out for sure. It is possible to order, maybe. Did you have, like, had extra requests for someone to order it? Like, of course, I wanted for the first person to maybe after you. But did you, like, receive some, I don't know, unexpected emails for that kind of item?
Actually, not that much, because the Hamaru project has been quite undercover. Like, it played a minor role, despite the fact that Hamaru.
It's one of the things I've been most fond of making, because I wanted so badly to bring it. Let's say that when I came up with the idea for Hamaru, it kind of responded to my strongest needs to work with my hands. So a lot of these works are overly conceptual, and there's little handwork and manuality, despite the fact that I was born as an artist who draws miniature drawings and uses hands so much, uses paper so much, and has an interpersonal relationship with the physical object, material, and better.
Hamaru quindi nasce all'interno di.
So it was born within 75 terabytes of kid violence, and it's basically a metaphorically object. Japanese, again, it stands for something that you go out of your mind for, something that you stay almost a little bit like hallucinated, something that's highly addictive, and it's an ultra-accelerated speculative object that stands for is a ball, and in this case is a rose quartz sphere that I bought from Canada, and that represented, in my opinion, perfectly the sort of in-between from Tolkien's Palantir object, that is predictive sphere, which is actually part of these lost spheres which have power to transfer evil actually within the reality in which they are connected. So always see the eye of Sauron inside the Palantir and the buff water of Bell Delphine.
So what was the name? The gamer bath. I do not remember the name of the super ironic and super trolling object made by Belle Delphine back in 2018, if I'm not wrong.
Anyway, it's a bridge between these two things. Hamaru wanted to make fun of this sort of obsession for this fetishization of merchandise toward a strongly cute aesthetic, so something you would like to own, something you would like to make for yourself, or something that you would like to incorporate into your person, but with this kind of ironic appeal, which was the success of Belle Delphine Gamer Girl, Bathwater, which was this outstanding episode, this little bottle of water coming at $30 on the site of Belle Delphine, that became so popular among people who were really passionate about our works and trolling and fetishes, people who simply wanted to preserve a piece of internet history in their own home. So, Hamaru was trying to connect in all this imagination, this hybridization of imaginary, to try to channel into one object the layering, the complexity of these works. So what then came out most is the kawaii research is related to violence and performativity, related to our perpetual online presence, with a super accelerated idea of our person in constant live stream. That could be a live stream of an unboxing,
stuff and goods from kawaii culture, to streaming online ourselves on the battlefield in order to accomplish the idea of a permanent state of war, with an attitude of liveliness,
certain way of entertainment attitude. So whether it could be I'm doing unboxing of kawaii things that I buy myself, or whether I'm on battlefield and I have to take a selfie, because that's how propaganda works. And at the same time I also have to entertain, because the rewarding circuit that I'm being part of, that in this work operating, is constantly asking me to be on stream. And in specific time, I was following a lot of the celebrities and the personalities on Twitch. And so this live lasting for hours and hours, which were trying to support the gamer community. So I was widely absorbed in the gaming imagery. So this ball somehow was supposed to convey, summarize all this complexity. So what is this ball is a little speculative object, let's clarify that it doesn't exist, which is, if inserted in our body, like a pill, so like something that is then addictive, or like a sex toy, can allow a permanent connection, so that we are embodied in ourselves. And so this object that,
oh my God, I really need to have it, I'd like to purchase it because it's so nice, it's so cute, I would like to keep it with me, I would like to swallow it, to have it in my body.
Represent this need to be in a permanent state of streaming, to try to accomplish a permanent state
per cercare di accomplish uno stato di
entertainment, and that therefore is to be seamless, the ability, the physical questioning
senza soluzione di continuità,
of our online life,
discussione fisica della nostra vita online, della nostra
our digital life,
digitale.
By leveraging a lot on the decorative richness, on the details. I have to say I had a lot of fun inventing this kind of object, because it was part of a moment, of a very deep research into everything that actually appealed to me as well. Therefore, something that I also wanted, something that I also would have liked to have if they had probably offered me something like that in an ultra-accelerated and incredibly dystopian society. An object like that, I would have wondered, would I have bought it? The answer maybe would have been yes, because I would have somehow agreed to the silent agreement pact in which the state of war is permanent. The state of entertainment and performativity online is like it's becoming a right indeed, a civic duty.
Civico, a civic duty.
And consequently, this kind of object in some way is all you want to try to be integrated in your society where these demands are persistent. I would have 1,000 other questions for you actually. I would also very curious of the function of the Internet of Things connected to this. Mi fa morire come lo chiami, wolves in sheep's clothing, and I love this kind of aesthetic, this cute surface, and then it's like you have to disrupt. And also I want to thank you for your work, because you put so much of yourself in it, and you are really you're doing something, in my opinion, very important. That is, as you say, I would have taken it because it's such a pleasing aesthetic for anybody, that there's so much risk, in my opinion, of falling into the trap, especially for kids, but anybody, of these things that look pretty. So already we've anesthetized ourselves to a certain kind of imagery. If we then also start to be attracted to it in some way, there's no end. I love that you put, sarcasm and irony in everything, but at the same time, you really, make a statement with this, and it really shows. So I don't know. I don't know if I have any more questions. I just wanted you to ask maybe, in times like this, what do you think we're going towards? Where do you think we are going with this violence that is always more away from the people, like in the atomic bomb? There's like this button that you press it and it destroys the lives of so many people, and it seems so far away for us, but it's not like with a knife to killing someone, but with a drone it seems like a video game, and making like a but it's like a lie that we tell ourselves. What do you think about this? With these images that you are seeing so much, and you decided to take like a break from it?
Un'altra domanda eccezionale.
Thank you. It's very important. It will be really hard to synthesize this.
Tutti quanto rendendo conto che la mia capacità di sintesi è pessima. Thank you. I'm mesmerized as well. So we are mesmerizing to each other. We're credo che
I think that
allora credo che ci sia una forte leveraging. How can we say leveraging? Fare molto, oppure fare molta.
I think there is a lot of pressure on creating like continuously these like opposites that are really excessive, and at some point they just assume a shape that they are like in some symbiosis. I think there is a lot of pressure on the vulnerability. The kawaii is like answering, in my opinion, to this existential state that's really deep in our species, and it's like feeling so vulnerable. Like we are people that we are always in need for kind of protection. I'm really fond of the idea that this kind of putting in light this vulnerability and these small objects that we want to collect and accumulate, and they are something that can be part of this infinite process. It goes towards this objectification of this sense of vulnerability and the sense of, being settled and feeling like protected. And through this object, this is related to the instinct of the consumption and accumulation. And it's the same approach that we are having online, that we are accumulating informations, memes, and time. And our experience online is continuing to compenetrate on levels that are less deep and less deep towards the real friction of contents. And this vulnerability that is in reality, it's operating on the violence front that is more and more widely spread, like on 4chan or on Telegram, and the approach to violence is without filters. And this is because the actual research needed a time to detach from it, because I never used both and external corroboration, and I collected 32,000 reels and images that now they disappeared because it's part of digital evanescence. On Telegram, this compenetration between violence, excessive violence, and way to aestheticize this violence through this kind of ways of showing the artistic reality and this anime girl and aesthetic that are really pinkish. And this kind of things, it's again this short circuit that's at the basis of this project, and is asking if violence is starting to be through this kind of narrative experience
also maybe can pursue, or that maybe also you cannot even distinguish between your between this visual reformulation of violence. Also your perception can be altered. Perché se l'estetica is very pleasing, is really rewarding, it's something that maybe you can pursue, it's something that can alter your perception of the direct violence, which is implicit in the message, which is implicit nel suo vero contenuto.
But through this kind of pleasing aesthetics, in reality, it's saturated in conscience, and it's making this instinct to bow to this kind of violence from who is taking this stuff. All the stuff I saw in these Telegram channels of really far right, really extreme fandom of 80s and 90s. Not necessarily it gives the idea of the identity of the generation of these people that are part of this community. It created the cursed image scenario, and these memes, small gifs, and they don't leave your conscience at all. This continuous production of images that are really, really simple to elaborate. Their meaning is not always clear.
è frontale, quindi molto spesso ci sono anche tanti
Very often there are a lot of inside jokes and they must be understood and they are part of the meme culture.
Ha a che vedere poi con una saturazione di immaginario.
They have to deal with the saturation of imaginary.
We are hybridizing with Italian, but the reason why it's political at some point, like I do not like to bestow and to give all the importance and the relevance to this common language. I'm grateful to the fact that none of them it's native in English, but at the same time we are giving so much importance to a dominant language, which is also, how can I say, it's ruling the way we are reshaping or translating ourselves in this environment. Like English is the only language that really matters, and if English it's so meaningful for us to translate ourselves, also mean that the American culture is, because it means, what I'd like to say that if we are not into Farsi, if we are not into Polish, if we are not into Yoruba, and if we just give into Yoruba, really? Ah, okay. Wow, I love Yoruba, but I cannot speak. It means that maybe at the same time, if we are not giving the same relevance to other languages and other cultures, just because we are giving so much importance to English, it means that maybe the English-speaking world is the only one that matters. Because it's the language that you're speaking. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, bueno.
You don't have to excuse.
This is like an off-top and to cut it.
We're going to add subtitles, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so it's not a problem if we are switching from one language to the other.
It's like our politics of
Okay, sì. I love UKRAiNATV. Yeah. No, that's extremely meaningful. I do believe. That's something that it's not even political, it's something existential.
Yeah, but I think it's also political, you know.
And it's shaping the way we perceive ourselves and the way we give ourselves to the world. And language is, at the moment, all we have to explain, to share realities, to share to a broader community. And if we use just a language, and again, paraphrasing Tolkien, one language to rule them all, it's not okay at all. And again, in the process of decolonization, if we are not considering also to decolonize language, the process is going to rimanere a metà, or at least un po' ipocrita.
Bit hypocrite, personal opinion.
Ah sì, la tua domanda poi era...
Question was, where are we going? I have no idea. I don't have predictive capacities.
Non ho mai avuto capacità predittiva.
I never had, maybe because sometimes
A volte, ultimamente mi sto rendendo conto l'importanza
I'm living a lot in the present
e di
and try to get the zeitgeist and in the history of art, in arts in general. I always consider like alternative way of understanding history, and maybe the most efficient way, in my opinion, to compile history. That's trying to get with the sensitivity of everyone, this process that it's really small, and personally, the more it is in a niche, the more I'm interested in it. And it should be portrayed and give back to the audience, because it will have maybe more value in the time. And these projects I'm working on, the one related to neologisms and the one related to aestheticization of violence on the platforms, I'm analyzing a process that is really small in this really big scene. And I hope this could be a good way, not to justify, but to make more specific and accurate the way we are seeing the reality. What I am really interested in is to have a lot of attention on details, on something that's kind of passing in the background, This research started in 2020, and just in 2023 we're starting to speak about this hybridization between violence and cuteness in a more outspoken way.
Outspoken, how can I say outspoken? Sì, sì, anche widespread, sì, cioè,
It's
non sta
not
diventando
still
ancora
mainstream,
non è ancora mainstream,
and it's
ci può
okay.
stare, non è che il
The mainstream is
è la
not the only answer
e non è
and not the solution at all, but anyway,
ciò nonostante, quello che
what
maggiormente
I mostly think it's really important about these projects is to create a community around this,
il massimo potenziale di
and
qualsiasi
any
tipo
kind
di
of project, in my opinion, it's useful to make it shareable and make it collective.
Quindi il fatto è che su un lavoro
On
possiamo
this
tutti quanti
work we can all do something.
neologismi laboratori con il progetto di ricerca
So to create some kind of workshops, to create big or small groups of people that want to operate in the same direction, and then to create some bonds, intellectual and artistic, emotional, to produce and speculate, and also to have fun a lot, and to contribute in an alternative way, a way to compile this history. The thing that's kind of concerning is that this kind of research and analysis, it's still to a very cringe or that makes you laugh about it, but people are not concerned. And when I was kind of doing research about your works and I discovered you for the first time, I was really amazed at the people that I was showing these videos and the compilation you made of these TikToks. They were kind of disgusted and cringe, in fact, but like they didn't want it. It's really repulsive thing, and when you really understand how to read it and they don't want to analyze it more. I think that we both kind of understand on an emotional, deeper level this kind of approach and aesthetic approach and communicative way, because it speaks a lot to us, and I'm really sure that in a certain way I felt that there is a lot of pink. You know, the color, it's not simply...
Yeah, like whimsical, like the color is not a whimsical... No, jump in, jump in, jump in. Yalla, come. Like the pink color, it's not a whimsical pretext to like, pink is just a cute color and that's it. It's like it's guiding my soul. Like wherever I see pink, I feel a connection towards someone, towards an object, toward, as I said before, a person, toward like there's an energetical sort of source, and so I'm deeply attracted by pink, and wherever I see it, it means there's something, there's communication between you and that color. Reason why that maybe when we started digging deep into this conversation, we didn't mention the aesthetical appeal of our own gaze prima facie, at the first impression. So what catch my sight at first was my own attraction to that color, because it speaks me so loud since the very beginning of my life.
But this is what we was talking yesterday with Mackenzie's work for a moment. It was like just we touched the surface of the topic, but there was in the same time like a few strong statements, like we start to establish the pink party, and there was a slogan, stay pink, and so like that. But after your workshop, like start to think also about the traps behind this this feeling, this emotional and this neuropsychological things what pinks do with us now, and how it's actually colonized by the mainstream, the culture, and so my question for you, like I came today with, is it still like potential of emancipation with pink, like follow pink as a color, as a statement, or we supposed to be more and more careful, because this statement about being careful is very important, and I took it from your workshop also.
It's a great question that requires a broad sense of, I don't know where to start, to be honest, but this recalled me the Code Pink group collective that was active in the Bay Area back in the 90s, I guess, on the early 2000, and they were activists, most likely, I guess, a feminist group of women demonstrating against drones activities over the Bay Area, and they decided to call themselves Code Pink. I do believe that they were somehow connected to the guerrilla girls that were the golden age of that sort of activism that actually we hovered on a little bit the past time while we were speaking about indie media, since I remember those indie media days as the golden age of activism. So excuse me if I am deranging a little bit from your original question, Roman, but back again of, I don't know actually how to respond in a satisfying way, but I don't know. Back again to the anecdote on indie media. That's something that remind me as well of the clown army, and the I do not remember. It were something connected with pink again. The pink samba. The Pink Samba Band, I do not remember. Again, the golden age of the activism, early 20, right after Genoa. Anyway, right after 9/11. So we are speaking about 2005 to 2007. And pink still was a leading color within those popular movements, grassroots sort of DIY demonstrating groups, communities. I remember, oh yeah, Pink Samba Band, I guess. Do you remember? Yeah, Pink Samba Band, if I'm not wrong. 40, which is
I can keep it. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, homies. Sorry to the audience. We were trying to cutie pies. We were trying to rewind the history of activism in order to find out what was the actual name of this insurgent army. Of course, it was an ironic metaphor of the paramilitary jargon used within the activist movement back in the days, really grassroots, really DIY. And I was recalling the insurgent rebel clown army, and I remember the lively attitude of reclaiming and disrupting the public space with an unconventional form and performative form of activism within the demonstration in public space. So most like it's quite literal. They were activists performing clown armies in order to disrupt and create, again, short circuit and how can I say, surprising aesthetics within the demonstrations. And I, oh yeah, thank you. and the pink samba band, I do guess that they were pink again. So this means that perhaps pink it's somehow walking us through important process. I wouldn't say I'm not a neuroscientist, I am not an anthropologist, I'm just an artist who are deeply attracted and quite convinced that this color, some aesthetics can create alterations in the perception of the way we conceive reality, violence, cuteness, and those important opposites in contrast to each other that are merging all together in order to create a new way of political understanding. So Pink Samba Band, if we are going lucky enough to find some raw footage of the early activist sambeiros, people who were disrupting the public space with samba and with pink clothes. Hopefully we will be lucky enough to show it. ¿Qué más? Would you like to ask something? I don't remember if you were...
I don't think right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also remind me. Yeah, it's more about that's traps and being careful. You know, Ariel Pink. Do you know Ariel Pink?
Ariel Pink?
Yeah.
No.
It's like a indie singer. It's a band, actually, American one, and it was like 10 years ago. He was like a part of a movement of new music and also kind of a new, cute boy in a way. Like you took it 10 years ago, and then, and like 2-3 years ago, and end of Trump presidency, he took part in this. Movement, this right, this right into Capitol. He put a statement. He put a statement in his Twitter, and he was like, "What's up? What's happened?" And the people like really in shock. Yeah, in shock. But it is part of this legacy of this anarchists from that period that I remember, which you know, moved to this 4chan, 8chan post-incel field, and they are like this white disappointed people, mostly in America, yeah, and it's yeah, that's maybe I'm now I'm guy who destroy some I don't know a party, pink party, but still I'm follow, and this is what you told like a moment before about kind of maybe it's out of our intentions. The power of pink. It's yeah. This is what I will keep in my mind, and it's like like something.
I think it sums up everything. So be pink, but be vigilant.
Yeah, aware.
Yeah.
Of what color you are bringing to the world.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nora. It was
Giulia,
amazing, and thank you, Cutie Pies, for following us. Stay alert. And to the next interview.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun.
There will be a second part. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully we are going to meet again. I'd like so much to have a visit in Krakow.
Yeah, you're
Most likely, yes.
Absolutely.
It would be my
It's,
first time, actually.
Wow, really?
See.
The invitation is open, and we'll manage, some like
Thank
really
you.
option possibilities,
You will
and
be our
to
guest.
combine.
Thank you. And I've been so grateful for the time that we shared together today. Extremely grateful also for the insightfulness. I don't know if it's English, insightfulness, I am not sure, but the depth of our conversation and the space that you allow me to delve and to dig deeper, and being soft and having fun at the same time. It's a core part of how we do interact, and allowing ourselves the time to chill and relax, despite we were discussing harsh topics and discussing what's on now in the extremist panorama. It's not quite common having like the time and space to have a chat on this matter.
Not necessarily soft, in bad and good way in this case. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Grazie, guys.
Wow.
Thank you.
Hello again. О, вруть то żółte i ja będę bankitem na żółtym, stary. Nice. I'm Ukrainian flag. Look at this. Guys, we have cleaned our table. Kitchen program is second time online. Witamy wszystkich. Ciao ragazzi. Ale nie jesteśmy ready with the tiramisu, unfortunately. We need to wait. I'm speaking like Italian, Italian and English. Because we have Italian, yes. Nobody. Really? Anyway, you have also Romanian a bit, like mix. Yeah, anyway, we need to wait a little bit more time, and then we're gonna be back with the ready-made tiramisu. But now we want to introduce you the performance, VR performance by Taya Kabareva. Take a look at this shit, and we're gonna go back to the tiramisu world. Yeah.
UKRAiNATV, we're back today with Nura Tafish here with us at Transmit. No plan for this. So.
Yo, 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 yo. Dear friends, I would like to invite you to listen to new compilation of Sakpak, our huge friends. On the list we have 33 artists, 33 amazing, wonderful, crazy, happy, sad, core tracks. So yeah, soon Sakpak will present themselves on Banger Face Festival in UK. Yeah, so the list is huge. You will find for sure someone you love. Also, there are some people who you met even on our streams with their live sets and performances. So listen, scan QR code, buy tracks, play music, dance, laugh, and fuck the borders.
Playtime is officially over, kiddies. Playtime is officially over, kiddies.
While we are still waiting for our tiramisu, waiting until it will freeze completely, I guess. Yeah, so we will have one big portion, like for family size. Yeah, and a few cups for singles. So now you will listen and watch too. It depends what you choose or not choose. We will see interview of Giulia and Irene, but in original italiano linguo. Perfetto, va bene. Andiamo a giocare. Ciao, ciao, ragazzi.
Hi, UKRAiNATV. We're back with a special guest from Italy today, and she's Irene. She's a friend of mine. Also, like, she's a student and an artist. She studies now in Bologna at the Accademia di Belle Arti di Bologna, and she studies linguaggio del fumetto. It's like comic studies, comic language studies, and today I want to ask her about her work and show and share it with you, because I think it's really, really cool, and yeah, it's also like kind of a continuation of the research we are doing. So when she said to me that she will come here, I was really, really excited to take her to studio and to have her like a guest. Let's start. The first question I wanted to ask you is about language, because what we are doing now is kind of a hybrid interview. Maybe it will be more Italian, let's say, but anyway, it's something we are dealing a lot. It's a research we brought up when we went to Berlin Transmediale, and it's a huge topic that we are trying to, ask ourselves how to represent languages and, not use just English. Because it's really easy and it's really convenient, because in a way everyone can understand, but at the same time it's really important to give the space to every language, idiom and culture to express itself. So from the language topic, I wanted to ask you about how do, you are a comic book artist, so you work a lot with words, but also with image. How does this embodied in your work? What's the importance of the language in your work, and how do they work together? Allora, la traduzione di questo è: come nel tuo lavoro la parola e l'immagine si fondono, come danno forza l'una all'altra e come le usi tu nei tuoi lavori. Se vuoi anche fare una piccola introduzione su di te, che è più dettagliata di quello che ho detto io, sentiti libera.
Ok, allora, io ho fatto un percorso un po' tortuoso, nel senso che sono partita a studiare nuove tecnologie per l'arte, quindi una cosa che non era strettamente legata al racconto per immagini, nonostante ho sempre disegnato fin da piccola. E poi durante questo percorso ho imparato tante cose, appunto come l'immagine può raccontare, come si svolge il racconto ad esempio all'interno di un film, quindi tutte degli input che hanno dato poi spazio a come immaginare un racconto. E poi mi sono resa conto però che attraverso il disegno questo racconto era sempre più immediato, nel senso che tu avevi lo strumento per raffigurare e dare subito attraverso un'immagine uno spiccato narrativo molto più immediato rispetto magari a produrre un film, produrre appunto un racconto tramite fotografie selezionate. E quindi ho deciso appunto di andare a studiare i fumetti, anche perché mi sembrava un modo molto più anche personale di poter creare un racconto. E per quanto riguarda l'intrecciare un racconto appunto che parla sia tramite le parole che tramite le immagini, molti artisti a fumetti hanno diversi modi di raccontare. Esistono dei libri che sono completamente muti, quindi che sono soltanto fatti appunto di disegni narrativi, altri in cui magari la didascalia, il testo è molto importante. Io quello che cerco di fare è creare sempre una sorta di equilibrio tra le due cose, nel senso non creare soltanto appunto un muro di testo all'interno del quale appunto la persona passa più tempo a leggere che a dedicarsi alla storia. E spesso il testo nelle mie storie è più che altro funzionale alla narrazione, quindi si tratta più di un tramite. Io scrivo spesso i testi dopo aver disegnato, invece ci sono persone che magari prima si preparano tutta una sceneggiatura, quindi è una cosa un po' che viene pian piano, che viene strutturata la storia, cioè le battute magari me le penso come fosse un dialogo e poi pian piano che vado avanti con i disegni in ogni tavola do uno spazio appunto a una battuta o a un
Gdzie są moje okulary?
test.
Proszę Państwa, ja szukam okularów, szukam wszędzie okularów. W całym internecie szukam moich okularów. Yes, I'm looking for my glasses. I'm fine. Thank you, Gleb. I got my glasses, then I see where I am. I am inside the tiramisu, which is still not ready. We are waiting for. The interview we start in original Italian version will be continue a bit later. And now we stay with some music with DJ Gerard. No, Gerard. I'm very sorry. With the DJ, we actually remind that we record this set many months ago, and it's a pleasure for our archive to have it and to wait for tonight to listen it with you in a premiere version. And the one things I wanted to say that I forgot before, there is a zdjęcie w tle, the photography. In the background of our visual identification for crackers is done by young artist Anna Solecka. Pozdrawiamy Anna Solecka. Anna Solecka is a young artist from Olkusz. Olkusz is a beautiful city next to the pustynia. And Anna Solecka z dużą swobodą posługuje się aparatem fotograficznym oraz też tym aparatem gębowym. Wydaje nam się, że seria zdjęć, którą wspólnie wybraliśmy jako kolektyw kuratorski wraz z artystką, będzie ciekawym uzupełnieniem tych wszystkich niejednoznacznych wątków, którymi się dzisiaj i w czasie całego Krakersia będziemy zajmować, badawczo, artystycznie, przeżywając je wspólnie z Państwem. To są takie bardzo subtelne ambiwalencje pomiędzy tym, co cutie, a tym, co creepy, ale zwłaszcza w takim korycie dosyć rozległym, ale omijającym starannie te oba bieguny. Natomiast będą takie momenty, kiedy my na tych biegunach będziemy na chwilę lądować tak na 150%. Jak to dzisiaj mieliście Państwo też okazję usłyszeć, bo niektóre fragmenty tłumaczeń, z którymi też eksperymentujemy, były przyspieszone niemal 150%. I mam nadzieję, że tiramisu będzie też w 150% udane, tak jak reszta dzisiejszego wieczoru. Dziękuję. Ja bym zniknął. Ja bym najchętniej teraz już zniknął. I would love to disappear. Thank you, Gleb.
And finally, on our table we have
Tiramisu.
great. Looks almost done. We have to prepare some decorations to make it look perfetto tiramisu. So we have fresh strawberries, which we will cut in 4 pieces. Yeah, and Giulia starts to... Oh, okay, it goes really smoothly. I will give you to hear a little bit of this sound. Process of strawberry slicing. Oh, kakao. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cocoa.
Who will eat the first one? Oh no, I think.
Yeah, we need to see that you're eating it. Yeah, yeah. Then we will feel ourselves in safety. Yes, of course. Huh? I was showing to. But Giulia, you're closing with your. Yeah, first, I guess first bite must be done by Rom, as the most experienced person here. Yeah, so welcome and let your mouth be blessed with this tiramisu. All right. Okay. Yeah. Chcesz, żebym ci potrzebował? Czy? Dlatego, że pełnia.
Dobre, pycha. Pyszniutkie.
Nice. Nie mogę się doczekać, aż to piękne tiramisu dotknie moich ust.
Super. Nie robicie całego takiego trudnego.
Ja też nie wiem. Dlaczego naraz wszystko nie posypaliście? Oj, no najlepiej nie wciągać za szybko. Kakao. Looks great. Cups?
Displayed and all the combinations really romantic.
Romantic. I feel so romantic.
Just look at this, so tasty, so good. So guys, I think you feel the taste through your monitors, because you just have to smell. So bellissimo, bellissimo. Glad you tried?
Not yet. But I'm looking forward to feel and to taste I didn't.
So, this is il momento del giudizio. I don't know how to translate this. Not justice, but judgment.
Judgment. No judgment in tiramisu world.
Okay, seems good reaction from the sound.
It feels so fresh and so smooth and fluffy, like memories from childhood. Give to Rom one plate, please. Oh, here is. Excellent.
Adesso la processione per avere ognuno il suo tiramisù. Qua comunque il pubblico sembra molto emozionato. Chiamerei una vittoria.
Vittorio Emanuele.
Vittorio Emanuele II? No, non ci piace. I'm proud. I don't know if I was a Nigella, but I feel fucked. Un pezzo enorme. Nice.
This is why all these people came today. Everyone came here to feel, try, to have this great experience with tiramisu. All the ingredients were bought today. Everything is fresh. Next time we will make a vegan version, which is not supported by original Italians. But, you know, that's why we have our life, to experiment and explore. A dlaczego bez truskawki? Dlaczego nie ma truskawki? Dlaczego?
Może strawberry boy. Okay, for you, Gleb.
Thank you. Yeah. Champagne is on the backstage waiting for us. I will go to manage some cable things.
Or do you know what all this talk's about? It seems to happen when you go out. I never kept tabs on the things you do. I never felt that I had to watch you. When we started out, I was secure. It was love, true love, but now I'm not sure. When you come home, I want you to talk to me. Look in the future, tell me what you see. All I need is love. All I need what you see. All I need is love. 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 All I need is love.
Showing love with people everywhere. Stop for a minute and listen. Showing love with you, love, if you find love.
To co? Na koniec konkurs. No, you're fine. Nie przeszkadzajcie sobie. No, you're free. You feel free. Thank you for the Efir. Thank you for tiramisu. It was a solo Giulia Efir with assistance of UKRAiNATV team and special superstars. And reminder, crackers, 19 of May. Nora Teface is with us here in the studio, and the day later we are hybridized finally together with Chicks on Speed, and greetings to Alex and to other people who listen us and send comments that we will answer on, and also big greetings and thanks to our DJ Paweł Griszkow i konkurs. Kto zgadnie, skąd jest Paweł Griszkow? Kto zgadnie, dostanie porcję tiramisu, którą specjalnie zrobimy na tę okazję. Lecimy jeszcze troszkę z muzyczką, a na koniec very original Italian version of interview by Giulia and Irene, continuation, but it's tylko dla wytrwałych, tylko dla twardzielek i twardzieli, albo dla tych, którzy chcą się z nami uczyć języka włoskiego. Good night to everybody and see you next week, and next week many times, because we will be almost every day with you. Bye bye. I would like to disappear. I would love to disappear.
introduzione su di te, che è più dettagliata di quello che ho detto io. Sentiti libera.
Ok, allora, io ho fatto un percorso un po' tortuoso, nel senso che sono partita a studiare nuove tecnologie per l'arte, quindi una cosa che non era strettamente legata al racconto per immagini, nonostante ho sempre disegnato fin da piccola. E poi durante questo percorso ho imparato tante cose, appunto come l'immagine può raccontare, come si svolge il racconto ad esempio all'interno di un film, quindi tutte degli input che hanno dato poi spazio a come immaginare un racconto. E poi mi sono resa conto però che attraverso il disegno questo racconto era sempre più immediato, nel senso che tu avevi lo strumento per raffigurare e dare subito attraverso un'immagine uno spiccato narrativo molto più immediato rispetto magari a produrre un film, produrre appunto un racconto tramite fotografie selezionate. E quindi ho deciso appunto di andare a studiare i fumetti, anche perché mi sembrava un modo molto più anche personale di poter creare un racconto. E per quanto riguarda l'intrecciare un racconto appunto che parla sia tramite le parole che tramite le immagini, molti artisti a fumetti hanno diversi modi di raccontare. Esistono dei libri che sono completamente muti, quindi che sono soltanto fatti appunto di disegni narrativi, altri in cui magari la didascalia, il testo è molto importante. Io quello che cerco di fare è creare sempre una sorta di equilibrio tra le due cose, nel senso non creare soltanto appunto un muro di testo all'interno del quale appunto la persona passa più tempo a leggere che a dedicarsi alla storia. E spesso il testo nelle mie storie è più che altro funzionale alla narrazione, quindi si tratta più di un tramite. Io scrivo spesso i testi dopo aver disegnato, invece ci sono persone che magari prima si preparano tutta una sceneggiatura, quindi è una cosa un po' che viene pian piano, che viene strutturata la storia, cioè le battute magari me le penso come fosse un dialogo e poi pian piano che vado avanti con i disegni in ogni tavola do uno spazio appunto a una battuta o a un testo appunto, però sempre cercando di creare un equilibrio all'interno delle immagini.
Ok, thank you. Anzi, magari continuo anch'io un attimo in italiano che siamo più in dialogo. Una cosa che ho notato vedendo i tuoi lavori è anche che spesso illustri dei testi di canzoni, cioè una cosa che anche tu ti ritrovi, magari è una cosa che ho notato io. E come mai questa scelta piuttosto che magari un testo più chiuso, un romanzo, delle poesie, o hai fatto anche questo, magari me l'è sfuggito?
Allora, non lo so, perché in realtà quando mi trovo ad ascoltare le canzoni mi viene facile immaginarle attraverso ovviamente la mia immaginazione, quindi con un mio immaginario, una mia rilettura della canzone, come se andassi a aggiungere degli elementi in più che non sono magari all'interno del videoclip o comunque della parte narrativa relativa alla canzone, perché mi proietto all'interno appunto del testo, della musica e tutto quanto, e mi evoca un'atmosfera, e quindi sento un po' il bisogno di razionalizzarla e raccontarla attraverso appunto le immagini. Può essere anche una sorta di mini storia a fumetti, cioè ultimamente ho fatto vari esperimenti di raccontare magari con delle short story su Instagram, quindi un carosello o cose simili, delle canzoni che magari mi piacevano tanto, che io visualizzavo molto bene, come appunto magari storie in cui c'erano dei personaggi che facevano determinate azioni. E anche perché comunque la musica è qualcosa che almeno per me è molto più presente nella mia vita rispetto magari a un romanzo o a un film, cioè io fruisco molta più musica che magari altri contenuti. Per quanto riguarda la poesia, penso che sarebbe una cosa interessante. Una volta avevo interpretato una poesia di Pascoli, però attraverso un dipinto ad olio, quindi era una tecnica, è un po' diverso, perché dipingere lo vedo un po' meno riferito alla realtà forse rispetto magari a una storia a fumetti, che quindi è calata, anche se non in una realtà identica alla nostra, però comunque in una dimensione di realtà in cui ci sono determinate regole. Invece un dipinto è qualcosa che può essere più astratto, più immaginifico, quindi non necessariamente concreto, non avere per forza questa dimensione di vita vissuta, comunque di qualcosa all'interno del quale c'è un movimento. Quindi così immaginavo.
Okay, I never thought about this, like the fact that comics are more related to kind of the real, not realism, but this there is a word for this, like suspension of disbelief, but at the same time you need to take the person that is reading this book or this comic book in this realm, so it has to make sense and instead of painting, as you're saying, it's more open and more related to this kind of poetic way. Pretty nice connection. Yeah, I think we can dive more into the other topic I wanted you to explore and let us know better. That's really emerges from your works. That is the body, the physical body, and maybe later to move in the female body, like and which chord is one of your works. So maybe can you start telling us about how it started, like from your personal experience, and then I know you did a really huge research about authors and people that are inspiring you. Non so se puoi raccontarci un po' di questa cosa, quindi parlare del corpo e di come lo tratti a livello personale, e poi magari entrare più nei dettagli di quella che è invece la ricerca teorica che ti ha ispirato durante questo lavoro.
Ok, allora, il corpo è un tema che per me è centrale, anche perché basicamente è qualcosa di cui tutti quanti disponiamo, però quando parliamo di corpo femminile è qualcosa di cui tu diventi in un certo senso consapevole fin da quando sei molto giovane, perché in qualche modo ricevi delle attenzioni e dei consigli che però si potrebbero anche tradurre in obblighi sociali, perché se non segui determinate regole comunque subisci una sorta di, come dire, punizione, che sia a livello sociale sia a livello di percezione di te stesso, e quindi in qualche modo siamo per forza responsabilizzati a renderci conto e capire come socialmente noi dovremmo comportarci e sottostare a una sorta infinita di regole su, ad esempio, il peso del nostro corpo, piuttosto che il come dobbiamo vestire il nostro corpo, il come si ci deve truccare, il come si deve essere belle e apparire belle. E queste sono state cose che io penso, almeno nella mia esperienza, ho avuto presenti molto fin da subito, mentre magari per altre persone penso che ognuno abbia un'esperienza diversa relativa a questa, e sono arrivata a un certo periodo in cui ero veramente in crisi col rapporto che avevo col mio corpo, perché questo non mi piaceva e non riuscivo ad accettare la sua forma, non riuscivo ad essere, diciamo, tollerante nei confronti di me stessa. E quindi a un certo punto ho fatto una sorta di passaggio mentale in cui mi sono resa conto che la forma del mio corpo non era la cosa da cui dipendeva sostanzialmente come la società si interfacciava con me, nel senso che lui non era colpevole delle situazioni che vivevo, ma era la società che andava a porre questo peso e questo senso opprimente su di esso, e che quindi io non potevo avere questa sorta di atteggiamento di non accettare com'era, perché era parte di me, quindi non potevo, come dire, scindere le due cose, era un tutt'uno. E quindi ho capito appunto questa cosa, c'è stato un primo approccio appunto anche a il femminismo, il movimento della body positive, e ho capito appunto che era qualcosa che era semplicemente sbagliata la narrazione che ne avevo ricevuto fino a quel momento. E poi sono passati vari anni, perché questo in realtà è successo già 6 anni fa, mi sembra, quindi ho sviluppato sempre più un rapporto, diciamo, di conoscenza e di quindi comprensione e confidenza col mio corpo, e ho deciso di voler parlare di questa cosa, perché mi sono resa conto che non era qualcosa che riguardava soltanto il mio vissuto o la mia personale esperienza, ma era qualcosa che riscontravo in tante altre persone, sia ragazze ma anche ragazzi, quindi è una cosa che fa pressione un po' a tutti quanti. E durante questo percorso mi sono avvicinata poi anche a quella che è la figura della strega, che però si potrebbe riassumere non per forza come strega, ma proprio donna con corpo non conforme, o comunque anche conforme ma che non si conforma agli standard della società, quindi magari una donna che non vuole essere sposata, la cui ambizione non è prendersi cura dei figli, che agisce non per forza per diciamo tutelare i sentimenti maschili o per piacere a un uomo, ma anche solo individualmente per se stessa, anche in modo egoistico. E mi sono resa conto che era una figura così stigmatizzata proprio perché rappresentava di base cioè la nostra società e il pensiero che la società ha verso appunto una donna che si vuole sentire libera. Ovviamente questo poi si può trasporre anche a uomini magari che vorrebbero vivere diversamente, persone non binarie, persone che non si identificano con uno dei due sessi, e che però sono così fortemente, diciamo, pressati per essere qualcosa che magari non gli appartiene, semplicemente perché non si è mai pensato che possa essere diverso. E durante questo percorso qua diciamo che ho letto vari libri, tra cui ad esempio è stato rivoluzionario Il mostruoso femminile, che mi ha dato appunto tanti spunti su come ci percepiamo, come la società vada quasi a giustificare molte volte la violenza che viene fatta verso appunto persone non conformi, persone marginalizzate. E questa cosa mi ha fatto decidere poi di aprirmi anche appunto sia alla narrazione del corpo, che è spesso all'interno delle mie vignette, spesso all'interno dei miei racconti, ma anche proprio la narrazione che parla di streghe, quindi di donne che subiscono diciamo tutta quella pressione e decidono magari di utilizzare il proprio potere, quindi non semplicemente accettare il fatto di essere oppresse, ma proprio di ribellarsi, di fare qualcosa per cambiare la situazione in cui sono e voler appunto uscire fuori da questa oppressione e insomma distruggere tutto e fare casino.
Dare fuoco. A proposito di questo, cioè di questo aspetto sovversivo della strega, non solo come donna ma anche come appunto figura al di fuori della società non conforme, magari può sembrare un salto, però sono curiosa anche di sapere un pochino di com'è Bologna, cioè come la vivi tu, come sta avendo un riscontro su quelle che sono le tue idee, il tuo tipo di lavoro, le connessioni che stai facendo, e anche un'altra cosa legata appunto ai tuoi scritti. Tu sei un aspirante fumettista, cioè lo sei già, però sei diciamo che come molti giovani stai ancora aspettando di pubblicare. Come ti stai interfacciando con questa realtà? Ci sono delle opzioni diverse? Because for example, I will translate this for you. For example, we also are trying to understand how to deal with publishing platforms, and also talking with our friends from ENC. We are trying to rethink ways of self-publishing and publishing content that is maybe under copyright. That's an issue we have really often, that we are maybe banned because for copyright from a small part from a track from a DJ, or a video that is the algorithm will ban it because it's already in the system. Ci sono delle forme di pubblicazione alternativa, delle zine, ci sono delle realtà che tu vedi che funzionano a Bologna, magari in questo, relative a questo in particolare, all'autoproduzione in tutte le sue forme.
Allora, sicuramente stare a Bologna è un'esperienza diversa rispetto a quelle che ho fatto prima, perché sei veramente immerso all'interno di quella che è una piccola città alla fine, che però è brulicante di persone che fanno arte, soprattutto legate al disegno. Anche solo i muri di Bologna parlano, ci sono un sacco di graffiti, di scritte, di parole, di disegni proprio grafici, quindi anche solo girando per strada ti senti immerso proprio in tutta questa arte dirompente, che non è da un lato un'arte che vuole restare, che vuole rifacciarsi su quella che è già stata fatta, ma che vuole ricreare, ricostruire e generare cose anche molto dal basso. Infatti spesso è un'arte anche molto underground, che si basa appunto su concerti, su occupazioni, su storie di persone che sono state lì, che hanno costruito delle cose insieme. Infatti un'altra realtà molto grande di Bologna è quella dei collettivi, ce ne sono veramente tantissimi, come le persone che vendono autoproduzioni. Ci sono una quantità infinita di mercatini di cose autoprodotte, fatte sia vestiti che fumetti che gioielli. È veramente un ambiente stimolante per questa cosa, e allo stesso tempo, assieme a questo aspetto di grande fermento, c'è sicuramente quello anche di lotta politica. Cioè io mi trovo veramente immersa in tante persone che si vogliono mettere in discussione, che vogliono parlare di determinate dinamiche, che vogliono anche ascoltare, capire, e non il classico approccio appunto che è quello un po' del sentirsi in difetto nel momento in cui ti viene fatto presente ad esempio un privilegio. Quindi c'è molta la voglia anche di porsi, però senza essere in maniera, anche in maniera aggressiva se è necessario, se è il momento di creare una protesta, ma anche di aprire liberamente un dialogo, un dibattito. E per quanto riguarda l'universo dei fumetti, sicuramente è un posto in cui ci sono tantissimi fumettisti, infatti ti capita di andare a fare magari aperitivo e parlare con persone conosciute sul momento e scoprire che sono fumettisti, è una cosa abbastanza comune. E ci sono tantissime persone che fanno autoproduzione. Io stessa ho iniziato da poco a fare autoproduzione, ed è secondo me un ottimo modo anche per interfacciarti già al mondo del mercato sicuramente nel momento in cui tu sei appunto uno studente, un ragazzo che sta ancora approcciandosi alla cosa e renditi conto di come funziona, ad esempio se le tue storie funzionano, se piacciono alle persone, che cosa gli può piacere. Ed è anche bello appunto nel momento in cui tu discuti con magari il tuo possibile acquirente, vedere anche tutte le cose che quella persona ti dice, c'è un modo diretto per parlare, mentre magari nel mercato più mainstream questa cosa si ha quando c'è un firmacopie, però è difficile che effettivamente quella persona parli, si ricordi di te, cioè perché magari è sottoposta a talmente tanta gente che quindi non c'è un vero e proprio contatto, diciamo, caldo con la persona. E diciamo che l'autoproduzione non esclude poi il fatto di pubblicare con una casa editrice. Io penso che siano due contenitori diversi, perché la casa editrice ti pone un editor, se funziona bene, quindi c'è una persona che proprio ti aiuta a strutturare il tuo fumetto in maniera che sia poi efficace, magari se c'è una battuta che non si capisce te la corregge, cioè comunque c'è una sorta di correzione durante il fumetto per renderlo poi il prodotto commerciale definitivo. Mentre invece l'autoproduzione magari è l'ambito in cui tu puoi sperimentare effettivamente, fare delle cose che hanno delle tematiche un po' più pesanti che magari non sarebbero vendibili al mercato di massa, e quindi è un luogo all'interno del quale tu puoi sia porti direttamente con le persone ma allo stesso tempo anche sperimentare e creare appunto qualcosa di nuovo che magari non esiste già. E infatti io quando posso vado sempre a vedere le autoproduzioni, perché di solito contengono sempre le cose più fighe, più coraggiose, più interessanti da un punto di vista anche di narrazione per immagini, quindi è questo.
Because they are not censored, non ci sono filtri, non ci sono vie di mezzo della serie A, dobbiamo trovare un compromesso. Maybe I don't know, would you like maybe to share some of the delle case editrici con cui avresti intenzione di pubblicare? Magari qualcuno che sta guardando questa live potrebbe non so, trovarlo utile, cioè se vuoi condividerle.
Allora, io la cosa che penso, cioè se si parla di una persona che vuole pubblicare, è che la cosa migliore sia trovare una casa editrice che pubblichi cose che hanno uno stile inerente a quello che tu fai. Questo perché cioè uno può anche riuscire a fare un libro con una casa editrice che non ha molto a che fare col suo stile, ma rischia di essere qualcosa che lo snatura come stile artistico, come persona, e quindi un compromesso che però non è poi magari il libro che tu avresti voluto scrivere. Invece se ad esempio una persona viene più da un ambiente underground, più da un ambiente più, che ne so, horror, di fumetti più esplicito, magari esistono appunto case editrici più piccole che però hanno proprio quel target lì, anche non per forza italiano, del paese in cui ti trovi, soprattutto in Francia e in Belgio, ma anche a livello internazionale ci sono tantissime case editrici che hanno magari progetti più coraggiosi. E quindi secondo me la cosa migliore è appunto cercare qualcosa che vada a riflettere proprio quello che fai tu, non cercare di adattare il proprio stile a una casa editrice, perché cioè alla fine non è che bisogna pubblicare un libro per pubblicarlo, devi pubblicare un racconto che effettivamente rifletta quello che fai. Se devi cambiarti per entrare all'interno di un contenitore così tanto, forse non vale la pena di entrare all'interno di quel contenitore.
Sì, questo penso che sia anche molto in relazione a quello che facciamo noi, che è una cosa di cui vado super fiera, il fatto che in un modo o nell'altro abbiamo cercato di rimanere fedeli a noi stessi e per quanto appunto per circa un anno e mezzo sia rimasta un po' nell'ombra come realtà, adesso ha trovato i suoi sponsor, strano chiamarli così, i suoi supporter, i suoi mecenati, quindi just keep trying, and I agree with the fact that you shouldn't change just because you want to publish it just to be published, but wait for it to be the right choice, and it can be like a collaboration. So thank you for sharing this, and I wanted to ask you also about Psychonauti. That's your, if I'm not mistaken, it's your diploma work, yes? So yeah, you graduated from the same academy I did, so in Academy of Fine Arts of Brera, and I remember this work really clearly, and I think it has some topics that are related to our research, and I would like to maybe talk a bit about it, like how was the idea, why did you choose like this kind of scenario, like this kind of cyberpunk, but related to this Greek mythology history. That's really iconic, I think, for our culture. And just if you can brief a bit, and then I will ask you more detailed question about.
Ok, allora, l'idea onestamente non mi ricordo come mi sia venuta in mente, però sono sempre stata appassionata comunque alle storie, ai miti greci o comunque ai miti in generale. Ne avevamo anche parlato a proposito del fatto che i miti siano qualcosa che vanno a racchiudere un senso collettivo di spazio, cioè c'è qualcosa che è sentito collettivamente. Nel caso appunto del mito che ho preso io come esempio, che è quello degli Argonauti, c'è questa sorta di vello d'oro che ha il potere di ribonificare la terra, quindi di guarire, far crescere piante, ma è un qualcosa che possiamo trovare in tantissime altre mitologie, come ad esempio il Santo Graal, piuttosto che la pietra filosofale, cioè un concetto che è presente a livello inconscio in tante persone. E la scelta di ambientarlo in uno scenario cyberpunk è stata perché da un lato molte delle cose raccontate all'interno del mito, ad esempio magari c'è una parte in cui si parla di questi tori di ferro che sputano fuoco, è molto adattabile a uno scenario cyberpunk, così un po' come il concetto di mitologia in sé, nel senso che è qualcosa che va a parlare sempre dell'energia, dei poteri che le persone hanno, quindi si lega bene a quell'immaginario lì. Dall'altra parte la mia esigenza nella tesi era quella di parlare di come le nuove tecnologie impattano, la vita di tutti i giorni e quali possono essere le estreme conseguenze, e il cyberpunk nasce un po' per dare un'idea di quello che potrebbe essere il futuro se non c'è una sorta di redenzione, comunque se non si prende attivamente in mano la situazione, quindi era lo scenario giusto in cui ambientare una cosa del genere. E all'interno della storia ad esempio la Terra è esplosa e quindi c'è proprio l'esigenza di ricostruire questo pianeta da zero, che è qualcosa che a noi non è ancora successo, ma chissà, nel futuro non possiamo sapere fino a che punto arriveremo andando avanti così. Quindi la mia idea poi all'interno della storia, che al momento deve ancora andare avanti, però appunto ho scritto i primi capitoli, era quello in ogni posto in cui loro andavano viaggiando nello spazio di trattare una tematica che fosse o a livello socioculturale o ambientale, quindi affrontare varie tematiche attraverso questo spazio fatto di resti di terra, quindi andare un po' a ricostruire quell'unione che si aveva all'inizio attraverso appunto il mito, che è un elemento primordiale che accomuna un po' tutti gli esseri umani, e al contempo però parlare di problemi estremamente contemporanei.
Yeah, and I'm curious about what was the role of these substances that the protagonists of your stories were using to have this kind of bridge between this imaginary realm. How was it working? Cioè le sostanze che i protagonisti della tua storia utilizzavano, a che pro, a cosa servivano, cioè come funzionava questo dettaglio?
Ok, allora psiconauti è anche un modo di chiamare le persone che utilizzano appunto droghe e sostanze per viaggiare, quindi non solo per l'aspetto ludico e festoso dell'utilizzare magari una sostanza, ma anche proprio per la parte di viaggio interiore, quindi di non accontentarsi della percezione da sobrio, ma anche proprio per utilizzare la sostanza per viaggiare all'interno della propria parte di interiore e del come sentire le cose. E quindi loro utilizzano varie sostanze, non tutte con questo scopo, ma c'è un personaggio in particolare che incarna un oracolo e utilizza le sostanze per avere sostanzialmente delle visioni del futuro, quindi c'è molta questa disgregazione dell'identità intesa come quella di persona sobria, stante, fedele a se stessa, e anche perché appunto c'è il pianeta esploso, non si ha più alcuna certezza del futuro e tutto quello che può essere cercato lo si può fare attraverso un percorso di riscoperta interiore o comunque di ricerca di sé e degli altri all'interno delle macerie che sono rimaste. Quindi la sostanza è usata un po' come una sorta di sia con l'aspetto rituale, appunto, che possono avere alcune sostanze come l'ayahuasca piuttosto che i funghi allucinogeni, sia come un aspetto di poter cercare dei brandelli di futuro in questo mondo che è arrivato appunto al limite che non permette più di immaginare un futuro, quindi provare a brancolare all'interno delle visioni per magari avere una visione di qualcosa di migliore. Infatti è così che sia l'incipit della storia, cioè loro attraverso queste sostanze che prendono iniziano appunto il loro viaggio e si mettono poi in cammino o in volo in realtà.
In volo, nice. Like it's really wide range of topics, and it's really great. And what I really love in your works is like this kind of colorful, multi-texture, like layered. That's even just in a conceptual way, it's really fascinating for me and for us. But I would like to close this with a question to you. That's you're here now hosted at UKRAiNATV, and before we were talking briefly about what's the position of people that are part of this network about Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I would like to ask you about more politicized question, like what's your take on this, and how do you see it in Italy, in Bologna? Because Bologna, it's a really politicized and really active city, as far as I know, and as you were telling me. But a lot of times we were reflecting on this and how like Western countries perceive this war, and maybe your opinion or like your take on this could be useful also for us to continue to spread the message and try to make people aware of what's happening in the most useful way possible, that can really work out and make difference. Yeah, I have to translate. No, ti volevo chiedere appunto se potevi dirmi un po', cioè simile a quello che abbiamo già discusso oggi, però sei stata tu a chiedere a me qual è la posizione delle persone che fanno parte del network, che cosa pensano della guerra in Ucraina, ma allo stesso tempo volevo chiedere appunto cosa ne pensi tu, anche se un po' già lo so, ma insomma per il network, e cosa com'è percepito a Bologna, perché Bologna è una città che io so che è attivamente politica, ma so anche che la percezione dell'Italia di questo conflitto è molto, non lo so, sfumata, quindi sono curiosa.
Allora, qualche giorno fa è stato il 25 aprile in Italia e io ero a Bologna, quindi sono stata in giro appunto per le strade. E il 25 aprile è il giorno appunto della liberazione d'Italia dal nazifascismo, e quindi è una festa appunto nazionale per sostanzialmente commemorare questo evento. E una delle tante cose che ho notato andando in giro è che c'erano un sacco di striscioni che erano contrari alla guerra, quindi appunto sostanzialmente per la pace, e io anche sono della stessa opinione, nel senso che sono contraria alla guerra e per la pace. Però ovviamente il discorso è complesso, perché quando si fa quando si parla appunto di guerra, secondo me è semplice dire va bene, bisogna che ci sia la pace, però poi nel momento in cui bisogna realizzare questa cosa è complicato, perché se uno Stato si trova appunto invaso non è che può fare altro se non difendersi o arrendersi, e ovviamente questa cosa non aiuta, cioè il fatto che le persone la percepiscano quasi, cioè vogliano la pace però non si rendano conto che per mantenere quella pace ci voglia, per le persone che stanno lì, per tutto quello che stanno vivendo, il sacrificio di combattere e resistere, come hanno fatto forse i partigiani in Italia appunto, è qualcosa che serve per mantenere anche la dignità di quel paese, l'identità di quel paese, perché queste cose non vadano perdute. Quindi io penso che sia appunto un po' semplicistico generalizzare parlando di pace, che ovviamente è il desiderio penso di tutti quanti quelli che sono coinvolti in questa situazione, però allo stesso tempo bisogna trovare dei modi effettivamente concreti per far sì che questo avvenga e che non sia appunto un'invasione a decidere la scomparsa o diciamo il fatto che un paese resti integro, ma ci vuole attivamente qualcosa che va fatto, cioè resistere.
Resistere, vero. E niente, io, se tu non vuoi aggiungere niente, penso che abbiamo toccato tutti i temi. E vorresti aggiungere qualcosa?
No, in realtà non mi viene in mente niente in questo momento.
Okay, no, I want to really thank you that you took part of in our work, and you are sharing your job. That's really amazing. and I wish you all the good things and luck to come from it, because it's really like also it's always personal, but in some of the words I read from you are I can also see myself in them. So it's really important to share these these things that could maybe help someone else to relate and feel less alone in this, because there are really harsh topics, and even witchcore that has like a kind of teenage, in my opinion, a kind of target. It could be really liberating and also representing for a lot of people that are not represented enough, or are represented in a really like kind of stigmatized and stereotypical way, and they are not made to make people feel empowered, but just to sell, like this kind of mainstream culture. And also I hope that as you share with us your experience and your works and your knowledge, you can go back in Italy, in Bologna, and share it with the people your experience here, and the work we believe in, and the people that are part of our family are fighting to make it work. So yeah, I wanted to thank you and to invite you again, if you will come here in Krakow, to stay with us.
Studio sprzężeń.
Dupa.
Instytut Badań Lupów. Research in the field of loops. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tudy. Tudy, 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 tu To ty pukasz. To ty pukasz. Bye. Bye. Lullaby. Kołysanka dla kakao. Dźwięk papieru toaletowego. Oto dźwięk papieru toaletowego. Deep black oak. Ale mnie wystraszyłaś. Sorry. You scar me. Iść, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, w stronę słońca. Iść, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, w stronę słońca. Iść, ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, w stronę słońca. Iść, iść, ciągle iść. W stronę słońca, w stronę słońca iść, ciągle iść, w stronę słońca, w stronę słońca. Iść, ciągle iść, ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść, ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść, ciągle iść, go, 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 w stronę słońca. Go, 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 south, go, go, south. Go, go, south, go, go, south, go, go, south, iść, 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 ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść, iść, ciągle iść, w stronę słońca. Iść, 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 iść. Ja myślałem, że to różowe tak robi, a to ty tak robisz. Wow. A to, do baterii nie potrzeba. Iść! Iść! Ciągle iść w stronę słońca, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, ciągle iść w stronę słońca. Iść! Iść! Ciągle iść w stronę słońca, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, ciągle iść w stronę słońca, ciągle iść w stronę słońca. Iść! 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 Ciągle iść! Muszę iść, siku! Dziękuję.